playing the Rapunzel, healing all the damage back off of Lawrence, drawing 3 cards.
Yeah, so could he have top decked Doc and then found 2 cards, one of which being Mine plus Inkable? Played Mine, moved Doc.
I don't think so, because Doc costs 2, playing the Rapunzel.
Mine costs
2 and
so
2
be
to
one
move.
off,
Yeah.
Yeah, so didn't have any outs to get rid of this Diablo, unfortunately.
You find a happy Calhoun and let the Storm Rage on from that Rapunzel, though. Means we can't play the happy. It's our only inkable in our hand. But not anything terrible to follow the next turn up with, honestly. The Calhoun being in play, of course, can make things a little weird for Zan. If there's no other Pete that Zan has to play, we can finally let the Storm Rage on this Diablo, so long as a Hidden Cove isn't found.
Yeah, Kurt just could keep asking the question and make Zan have it in terms of being able to answer. It's not really represented on stream right now because Zan's hand is a bit held back, but Zan has a ton of cards in hand.
It's going to find a Hypnotize from the draw for turn. I think I saw a French John in there too. Difficult to say what Zan might be.
I mean, definitely going to be spoiled for choice after all these Diablo draws. One thing that this Emerald Steel deck does well, once it sort of assembles these card draw engines, draws so many cards.
We can honestly make the difference in some of these matches. You know, Kurt found 2 Rapunzels so far, gotten full value out of one of them, refill the hand. I don't think we found any Docs yet either, so there's still plenty of ways for him to draw cards and keep up, but so long as that Diablo's on board, it's not really going to be much of an advantage for Kurt, I don't think.
Sitting at 8 lore, representing a lot of quests. I mean, Zan does have to answer this board.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at 9 lore on board for Kurt. Push Kurt up to 17. Of course, something's going to get banished this turn, so looks like we're thinking of challenging with Pete and Diablo potentially.
Yeah, I don't see a world where we see this. Oh, another
Pete. Oh my goodness. I think that's a 3rd Pete in a row for Zan.
It is a 3rd Pete in a row.
It's going to turn to let the Storm Rage on off in Kurt's hand right now on getting rid of this Diablo.
Well, certainly, I think we'll see this Daisy Duck go. Oh, and there's the Cove you talked about.
There's the Cove, yeah. So now even if we could play let the Storm Rage on the Diablo, I imagine we're moving the Diablo there. Yeah, it looks like that's what we're doing. Diablo's now a 3/3, which means the 2 damage from Storm won't quite do it. Use the Diablo to banish the Daisy. Now Diablo back to 2 willpower. We're going to use the Pete to go ahead and banish the Lawrence. We're cleaning up Kurt's board quite efficiently here.
Now instead of 9, only representing 4 here on the side of Kurt. And Zan sitting with, I believe, 4 cards in hand as well. Kurt, 4 as well after this draw.
Oh, we found a John Silver. That could be interesting. John Silver is a 3-cost character. When you play him, you can choose an opposing character and they can't challenge on the next turn. Can be particularly good in these Amber Steel Mind decks that play characters with such high willpower, making it even more difficult for your opponent to deal with those big numbers. Shuffling through the Calhoun and the Happy here, it looks like. Maybe think about playing the Happy to put an evasive threat on board with this Diablo in play. Calhoun for a similar reason, just something that can challenge your characters when they exert.
Strategically, what do you think is Kurt's path to victory here?
Then you got to regain control of the board in some way. You know, Zan did a great job of cleaning up last turn. Also has a very powerful draw engine in play, plenty cards in hand. So removing this Diablo seems pretty important, but 3 peats in a row makes that pretty difficult to do. I feel like the longer this Diablo gets value, the better it is for Zan.
So John Silver's going to target that Pete.
Also going to play the Happy, so now we do have an evasive character that can challenge and banish the Diablo, and Smee's not going to take any damage this turn because John Silver is a captain. So Smee's just going to sit at 2 damage there.
All right, so Zan 5 cards in hand. Look like he has 5 or 6 ink available. Hard to tell from here.
What are the chances Zan has another Pete?
Highly unlikely.
Maybe Kurt can eventually play the Storm that he's been holding on to. I want to say I saw a Doc in Zan's hand earlier. Obviously not a particularly great card. You have a bunch of cards in hand.
It's a good problem to have for Zan. Just been drawing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we do see a Muses in play. Okay, this could be a particularly strong card here. We have a song to sing. We can bounce the Happy. Looks like we are going to sing Storm, banish the John, use the Muses trigger to bounce the Happy back to hand so that we can't challenge the Diablo with it on the next turn.
Yep, I see a Prince John in Zan's hand as well. It's another ward character that Kurt's not really going to be able to deal with in this mid to late game.
Do you find another Rapunzel, though?
Yeah?
We can storm the Diablo first, banishing it, then play the Rapunzel and killing the Smee, drawing a couple cards. I think the issue is the majority of your turn is spent playing that Rapunzel, and you're just not putting a ton on board. Like when I look at Zan's board with Muses, Calhoun, and Pete, along with the Hidden Cove, 2 characters with 1 strength, it's not particularly great.
I mean, I think it's good, actually. I think it's really good.
I think it helps Kurt stay in the game in regards of keeping cards in hand. I guess Kurt has some lore to play with, right? There's an 8 lore difference here, so he can take a turn or 2 off to rebuild.
The main thing I'm concerned about here on Kurt's side is just the ward characters, the value out of Muses and Prince John once that ultimately comes down, because that's where Zan can start assembling a sort of lock, where your card advantage is going to matter, but, less and less so.
Looks like Kurt is going to use Mr. Smee to banish the Pete on the other side of the board and then pass the turn. Going to move the Calhoun to the Hidden Cove here. It's going to get 4 strength to banish that Rapunzel with 1 strength on it. Zan's going to gain 2 lore from Calhoun, banishing another character. And of course, Calhoun having that resist means it doesn't take any damage. Following it up with a Prince John singing a sudden chill, forcing Kurt to discard a card. Zan's going to get a card draw off of that from Prince John. There's also going to be a Muses trigger and send Rapunzel back to the hand.
And
oh my goodness.
Double 1-drop off the back of that.
Double 1-drop. Also, Cursed Merfolk, just 2 lore character to quest with. Zan building up a pretty big board here.
It just is the engine, right? So it feels like, Kurt can get as much value as he wants out of those Rapunzels, but just doesn't have a way to compete with this Muses plus Prince John engine that exists on the side of the board of Zan.
And Kurt is just going to play a Calhoun and Pete and pass the turn. So no actions for Zan here. Kurt kind of setting up a way to respond with challenging with the Calhoun, but Zan has just built up too much of a board.
So Zan knows. So lore totals are not quite updated yet. Does look like Zan quested with everything. We'll get that quite soon here. How much is he threatening?
I think it puts him up to 9 or 10 lore, somewhere around there.
And
Gets
then
10
threatening
lore
10.
on board, yeah.
Yeah, so threatening game here.
You have a strength in Kurt's hand. We have two characters that probably some of the better characters in Kurt's deck to challenge an opposing board.
I actually think that Zan might be a 12 lore. You can kind of see it in the overlay. I don't know if you see that.
The Muses having 4 willpower here makes it just so difficult. That one willpower of a difference. Kurt would have to challenge with both characters to banish it. Don't really have any other way in hand to deal that extra damage we would need, and it's a card that's kind of crippling for Kurt here.
Yeah, it feels like you'd have to answer it with a single card because you have to stop the quash value of the other cards as well that are on the board right now. You can't just run both characters into the Muses. Does have access to Strength of Raging Fire in hand.
Can get rid of one Prince John. The other 2 Lord Quests are exerted as the Cursed Merfolk, but if we want to challenge and banish that, we'd have to discard a card, which really don't want to do when there's 2 Prince John in play. I think Kurt just trying to figure out the most optimal line here. Very, very difficult board state. Trying to find how he can get back into this game. We're going to start by playing a Lawrence here after inking a Rapunzel. Card that could challenge and banish the Muses in one go if we find the Muses exerted. Also puts another character on board so that we can sing Strength for 3 damage.
Strength of the Raging Fire here. Target's going to be Diablo, it looks like. Is Diablo on a cove as well?
Yeah, we couldn't banish the Calhoun there because the Calhoun would have 3 willpower, but with an resist +1. Use Calhoun to banish the Prince John, gaining 2 lore from banishing the card in a challenge, taking no damage. The resist, and then we're going to use Pete, it looks like, to challenge the dock. Cleaning up a little bit. Does open up Zan's Calhoun, though, to be able to challenge into one of the characters, gaining 2 lore in the process.
Going up to 19. Ursula Deceiver off the top here for Zan. So if you're on Zan's side of the board here, is there any way that you lose this game? What do you have to think about here in order to not let this one slip away?
You're gonna see an Ursula being played. Just gonna see the dock in hand. The only thing I can think about, honestly, is if you make your board characters vulnerable and then Kurt's able to find enough songs to banish the rest of the board. But even then, all you need is another ward character that you can play behind it, and that would be game. And seeing that Kurt only has 1 card in hand, and that card being a dock, only 6 ink available, would be, I think it's going to be difficult for Kurt to make anything happen.
So Calhoun into Calhoun, but Zan's Calhoun is on the cove. Gonna get that 2 lore up to 14.
He has the high ground.
He does have the high ground.
Yeah, even if we exert everything this turn, we can go up to 19. Kurt can challenge the Muses, banish it with the Lawrence. We can challenge and banish something else with the Pete. And we have everything else to deal with after that. It's only a dock in hand.
Yeah, So I assume Zan's just going to quest out here.
I think so. I don't think there's any reason not to be honest. If it pushes us up to 19. Okay, we're gonna use 3 ink instead of singing to put some damage on the Lawrence. Kurt's gonna show he only has the dock. Shake hands with Zan, giving Zan the victory, taking game 2 for round 4.
Yeah, so 1-1. I mean, that was a nice comeback for Zan. I mean, Kurt's deck looked really powerful into Emerald Steel there, but we saw particularly, just the level of impact those ward characters can have on a deck that's sort of based around removal.
Yeah, the ward characters as well as seeing what happens when the Diablo actually survives, right? If we take a look at game 1 versus game 2, Kurt was able to banish the Diablo pretty quickly. And so being able to get rid of that Diablo, keep the Diablo from gaining any value throughout the game, I think really made the difference because, I mean, for that entire game, Zan just had a grip of cards, right? He was able to answer pretty much everything that Kurt kept throwing at him.
Yeah, that was a long technical game, but if I could point back to one, or not one moment, but 3 moments that sort of was the story of that match, it was Pete into Pete into Pete. That was particularly rough as that Diablo was able to survive and just accrue Zan so much value.
Pete and repeat, as some might say. Yeah, so we see Zan, playing the deck that he's been playing the past 2 DLCs. See that he's altered it a little bit from the previous set, so obviously made some changes for predictions in this meta. Did pretty good into this Mines deck, which we also expected a lot of this weekend. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, if I was him, I'd be pretty happy to split 1-1. I know Zan is looking for the 2-0s, but I think in regards to the metagame that showed up, maybe preying on Ruby Amethyst with that list and feeling comfortable into the Ruby Sapphires, maybe because the addition of the Cursed Merfolk, which we saw Zan play. I assume that maybe that deck is not as comfortable into Amber Steel, so coming into the later rounds, being able to go 1-1, not ideal, but also not a disaster scenario, I think, for Zan.
Yeah. With that being said, we do have another round coming up, so make sure to not go anywhere, and we'll be back for round 5 soon. Welcome back, Illumineers, to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. We just got done with our first match of round 4, an interesting match between an Amber Steel and Emerald Steel list between Zan and Kurt, but we do have another match to get to for round 4. We are going to skip the first game. We are going to go into the second game, and we'll catch you up once we get inside.
All right, so it looks like Scott is a game ahead here. With Scott and Daniel sitting on 21 points, which is a great place to be. We did see Daniel in a previous round, so Ruby Sapphire player.
Yeah, notably, those 21 points show us that both players are 3-0-0 going into this round 4. So if they can, if Scott can lock up a 2-0, that would be great for Scott. At this point, I'm sure Daniel is looking to just get a couple extra points as well to get the split. But I think Daniel here, looking at his hand, being Ruby Sapphire, I do see the Steal the Azurite Sea and a Tipo. We know how important it is for these Ruby Sapphire players to find that turn 2 ramp. They can lead into something like a Hiram or Grammatala on turn 4, maybe even a How Far I'll Go. I do catch a Lucky Dime for Daniel as well. Card that has been cut from these Ruby Sapphire lists. I feel like if I said that sentence, 2 or 3 months ago, that would have sounded like blasphemy for these Ruby Sapphire decks.
You say that, but I don't think it would. I think most Ruby Sapphire players knew that that was a very, very bad card and it was a bad win condition. It was just almost a necessity in the deck, right? So Lucky Dime was, in my opinion, a bad card that existed in a fantastic shell, right? So it was surrounded by the best cards in the game. It just happened like 7 cost and 7 cost uninkable item. Like, why would you ever play that? That one tripped me up in the set review. I'm not gonna lie.
Because it wins you the game,
Yeah.
Brendan. That's what it does. You just slam the Lucky Dime and gain 7 lore off of a Tamatoa.
Yeah, there's a lot of 9 ink win the game cards. They're usually unplayable, but it turns out when you ramp throughout the entire game and you have the best control deck in the game, you can play cards like that. I think that the newer edition in set 6 of the new win condition is much, much better. That being said, you can play both, right? You just don't play 2 dimes anymore. We saw like the issues of 2 dimes. People were playing cards that would put those dimes into your inkwell and sort of take away your win condition, and they were definitely being targeted.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting thing we saw in Shimmering Skies, particularly in a mirror match, in a Ruby Sapphire mirror match. A Lucky Dime can sort of be a make or break, and so we see Scott here being on Ruby Sapphire as well, meaning that, seeing that Daniel has a Lucky Dime, I'm not sure if Scott will or not, but seeing Lucky Dime this early, it may not actually be that impactful, but could be impactful in the mirror match for sure. Of course, Daniel did find that turn 2 ramp. I don't think Scott did. We only see the Popsicle and the ice block here, but Daniel on his turn 3 is going to play out this Sisu Emboldened Warrior. The gain strength based on the number of cards in your opponent's hand. Scott, of course, has a bunch of cards in hand with 4 willpower and 2 lore.
Daniel's hand is actually really, really rough in the forms of Lucky Dime and Tamatoa. So we have an interesting dynamic here. We have one player hitting the turn 2 ramp, but having no item that draws a card and no Hiram, while the other player has 2 Popsicles on board, doesn't have the Hiram, but is going to have the sort of resources to get a lot more card advantage through things like How Far I'll Go and Grammatala, and ultimately probably will find that Hiram. This is not a bad one to find, though. Sail into the Azurite Sea.
One of the better Sapphire cards out of Azurite Sea. See how the Azurite Sea lets you draw a card, and then you get to put another card in your inkwell for turn. It still has to be inkable, very similar to the Bellstrange special ability, but it does give you access to ramp, or another 2-drop access to ramp for Ruby Sapphire. Interesting thing here, Scott, for the past past 3 turns, has just played a 1-cost item and then had to pass. We do see the Hiram in hand, which I'm sure we will see on the next turn, but missing that ramp, Daniel's going to be ahead on ink while Scott is ahead in hand.
Finds the Hiram off the top as well. So Scott's going to have a lot of card advantage, but I think that Daniel's about to slam down the Dime, which can be a very impactful card to get down early in the Ruby Sapphire mirror. Does opt to brawl that Hiram to stop him from drawing too many cards, but Dime is in hand here for Daniel.
Interesting thing here for Daniel as well. With so many cards in Scott's hand, even if we didn't have something like the brawl, just exerting this Hiram on the next turn for Scott to draw some extra cards. With all those cards in hand, that Sisu was likely going to be able to banish the Hiram anyway, unless Scott had a way to deal with the Sisu. So I don't think it's going to be there for long. Scott is going to play it how far I'll go, though, looking at the top 2 cards of the deck, putting one in hand, the other in the inkwell.
He kept the item removal card as
Yeah,
well.
he kept the hideaway. So if we do see this lucky dime played, it could be thrown right into the inkwell from Scott here.
Oh, it would. I mean,
it would be detrimental.
I feel like Scott would be so far ahead if this turn is lucky dime.
There it is. Oh my gosh, we see the lucky dime from Daniel. We'll see if Scott follows it up with his hideaway play.
I mean, absolutely.
I mean, you have to, right? You have to get rid of this lucky dime.
You're going to be playing the Ruby Sapphire mirror, and your opposing Ruby Sapphire player is going to have 0 cards in hand.
This is something that I love about Disney Lorcana. Like, the smallest decisions can be the biggest game changers. Keeping that hideaway for this lucky dime could be the game changer. We are going to see Scott go ahead and play a Be Prepared this turn. Scott doesn't have any characters on his side of the board, so it can be a pretty efficient. They're 2 for 1. There, getting the characters off of Daniel's side of the board. Daniel's going to follow that up with a Hiram, banishing an item of his and drawing 2 cards.
Yeah, I just didn't feel particularly pressured by the lucky dime in that turn. Just goes to the value play in terms of the 2 for 1. Ramatala is going to be a nice refill. I mean, those are 2 very good cards for Daniel to find off the top to find a way back into this game potentially.
Yeah, and something Daniel needed to find as well. We talked about how Scott is the one that has the bigger hand this game. Daniel didn't exactly have ways to draw a bunch of cards. We are going to see the Sisu come down, banishing both the Gramatala and the Hiram because of that ice block, giving Gramatala 1 less strength. Scott just finding answers for everything at this point in the game. I think he's in such a good position right now.
I wonder, since we didn't get to see game 1, if Scott had potentially seen the lucky dime in game 1, so knew to keep the hideaway off the how far I'll go.
Definitely possible. Looks like we're just checking ink totals.
Looks like it's going to be a judge call.
Could be a judge call. Might have added some extra ink in the inkwell accidentally. I'm sure the judges are going to figure that out as we talk about this. But I wanted to go back to that play of just like playing the How Far I'll Go, seeing the hideaway. Maybe we saw the lucky dime in game 1. That was probably what ended up happening, knowing to take it that quickly. But it's the decisions like that in this game that I love. I feel like games can be won and lost off of micro decisions like that with Lorcana based on what you ink or just like which cards you take and put on the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It was my shock and my surprise when we played that How Far Ago and we see probably what was a one of in terms of item destruction. And then also, yeah, the decision to keep it was very heads up.
Daniel even has a Tamatoa in hand. We also have the Sail the Azurite Sea. We wanted to draw a card, but we just don't have many cards in hand to ink. We're going to go ahead and play out this Tamatoa. Means we can get an item back from our discard. We don't have any popsicles, so we're going to opt for a Vitalosphere here. Tamatoa, of course, gains lore for every item in play.
Yep. 2 Maleficent Monstrous Dragons in hand for Scott, which I assume is going to be the answer to this Tamatoa.
Go ahead and ink that Vitalosphere and pass the turn to Scott. Scott having answers for everything here, whether it's characters or items. We are going to see that Maleficent Dragon being played, banishing the Shiny Crab to the discard. And Scott's just going to quest with the Sisu and pass the turn.
Sail to the Azurite Sea here.
Finding a Visions of the Future. I think we're going to play that. Look at the top 5 cards of the deck. Try to find something to help us, but the rest on the bottom.
Got to be
Do find to be prepared. Yeah, I feel like that's the take here.
Threatening 5 lore, you just have to take it.
2 giant dragons on the other side of the board between Sisu and Maleficent. We are going to play the Sail the Azurite Sea to get another card draw. We could ink up to 3 cards this turn if we wanted to, but I don't think we'll be seeing that from Daniel.
Yeah, assume it's not going to ink. You know, unfortunately, Scott is going to gain 5 lore here. Outside of that, I guess it looks a little bit manageable off the back of the Be Prepared because I don't see any sort of refuel cards in Scott's hand.
And luckily, Scott doesn't have any lore, so he's just going to jump up to 5. Which seems like a long way from 20, but I feel like in these Ruby Sapphire games, isn't that much. And we do see the hideaway being played, getting rid of this Lucky Dime. So no Tamatoa shenanigans, Lucky Dime shenanigans for Daniel. Lucky Dime's going to go straight into the inkwell.
Let's find his own 8-cost Sisu, but have to be prepared. The 2 for 1. And now we're into a little bit of a grind. I mean, Scott is much better set up to get out of this grind because he's going to eventually probably draw the hero and then he's going to be on a roll. Scott has no items deployed.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel is in a tough position here. Maui, Brawl, and Sisu, none of these are really doing anything for you right now. We're just going to play the Sisu for no value. There's a Maleficent Dragon in Scott's hand as well to follow that up if we want to. We also have 2 Ice Blocks. I mean, if we don't have a Meta Medusa in hand. Also, Maui Shark, interesting inclusion. Recurring some of those actions back from the discard if you can challenge and banish a character. Also evasive. We've seen the power of Maui Half Shark today already. Previous matches.
It's actually an interesting line here from Scott. Are you just playing at the Maui Shark here, or are you playing the Monstrous Dragon?
It's interesting, especially having the Be Prepared in hand. I don't want to commit too much to the board personally if I feel like I need to rely on the Be Prepared to banish anything, but knowing that Daniel is low on cards, I mean, you know, he's going to be searching for, he needs to find something like a Hiram and a draw engine. I wouldn't be too upset with the Maleficent Dragon, to be honest.
So, like, can Daniel even quest here? I would argue no.
Oh, right. Yeah. You're right, because you have the Ice Blocks and the Maui Shark could just challenge it.
Even without the Ice Blocks, just recurring the how far I'll go here, it just seems too good, right?
We do find a Grimmatal off the top and a Pirate's Life and a Meta Medusa. Both pretty good cards. Opts to take the Pirate's Life, putting the Medusa on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, so can play the, has the 3-cost Sisu with the Ice Blocks available. I don't feel like Daniel can really quest here because that Maui Shark is threatening so much value.
Yeah, Maui Shark having that evasive keyword makes it so difficult to deal with unless you have cards like Meta Medusa. If you can push the strength down, basically Ruby cards that can outright banish it, like Maleficent Dragon. Of course, Daniel does not have any of those in hand. Scott finds another. Is that another Maleficent Dragon?
It is. Maleficent Dragon ×2, Be Prepared, and 3-cost Sisu in hand for Scott. We're going to see both of these Ice Blocks activated.
Yeah, the exact reason you mentioned earlier, Brendan, why we maybe didn't want to quest with that Sisu. Maui Shark's going to challenge and banish the Sisu after reducing the strength with the Ice Blocks. We're going to grab that How Far I'll Go back from the discard.
Sisu 3/4.
Scott is going to find the Hiram here, playing it out, drawing 2 cards.
Feels like Scott is firmly ahead, but Popsicle is going to be, if there's a way out of it, is going to be that Popsicle draw engine here. Probably wanted to find a hero off the top set of the Vitalosphere.
Are going to brawl that Hiram away so that Scott can't continue to use him to draw extra cards. There's so much ink on the table right now. It is the Azurite Sea, and we are drowning in ink.
Let's find a Pirate's Life here for Scott.
Using those Ice Blocks to get value out of the Sisu, banishing a character with 1 strength or less, so we can drop that Grimmatala down to 1 strength and play out the Sisu. Another evasive character we can use to quest with. Gonna play a Pirate's Life, a big card comboed with Maui here, forcing Daniel to lose 2 lore. You gain 2 lore, and then you gain an extra lore from Maui Half Shark's other ability.
The Be Prepared is going to do something, but I don't think it's going to be enough in the grand scheme of this game.
Daniel not able to find and keep a way to draw cards. It's feeling like it's really starting to affect him. Scott has just been able to refill his hand over and over, finding those Popsicles and Hirams when he needs to. You're going to see another Grimmatala.
Maui Shark.
Another Maui Shark and a Sisu. We already have a Maui Shark in hand. We have plenty of removal in hand. Not sure we even need the Sisu, but with the Ice Blocks.
I think you grab the Sisu. I mean, of course, you have the Ice Blocks, but maybe you just grab it for the 3 quest value.
Gonna play a Half Shark here. Daniel finds another Grimmatala. Looking at the top 2, we have a Queen of Hearts and
like an
Ice Block. neither of those are going to be very helpful for us.
Yeah, Daniel's deck is very interesting in regards to like the way that Ruby Sapphire is traditionally built. The Vitalospheres, the Queen of Hearts, like those are not cards we usually see in this deck list. I mean, they are tech cards that we have seen in the list in the past, but I assume that if we looked at the rest of the Ruby Sapphire list in the room, that they would look a bit different.
Yeah, it's interesting with the inclusions of Maui Half Shark. I've seen cards like Vitalosphere and Shield of Virtue see more play in these Ruby Sapphire decks for the ability to just give something rush or re-ready something. That something being usually Maui Half Shark, so that you can recur actions more than once in a turn, or give Maui Shark rush the turn that you play them, so that you can challenge and get that action back.
This Tamatoa kind of looks like a nail in the coffin.
I think so. If Daniel can't find a way to deal with this board, Tamatoa is going to have 5 lore on it currently, 6 lore now with the Popsicle. Scott is going to be pushing a game win here after questing this turn for 2 on the next turn. Daniel can't get rid of anything.
Daniel is still in top deck mode. It's going to be a TPO.
The TPO's not going to do it. Scott is going to take game 2 in round 4, taking the 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting. I love to see the Ruby Sapphire mirrors. I know I'm not in the majority on that one, but I'm interested on the diversity of win conditions that they're running. If a lot of them are running the single dime, if they're still running 2 dimes, or if a lot of them are rotated off of dimes completely.
I've seen a lot of variance between the two. As you mentioned earlier, I think a lot of Ruby Sapphire players understood that dime is a bit of it. It's not a great card. It's an expensive, unequal card that kind of does nothing until it does a lot of something. And so I think a lot of players have cut back. I've seen players typically play 1, and then if they're not doing that, then they're going all in on the Maui Half Shark Pirates Live package that we saw Scott use there. So I think it's sort of a toss-up right now, especially if players are concerned about the mirror match. A lot of players want to play the Lucky Dime sort of for the mirror, but I mean, in that, we saw Daniel had the Lucky Dime and Scott didn't. You mentioned cards like Hideaway and Cusco from last set make that mirror match even more difficult and weird to navigate, because you can't just slam a Lucky Dime and it's there for the rest of the game. You have to sort of play it the turn you plan on using it.
Yeah, that Hideaway was probably a one-of. Happens that the Lucky Dime was also probably a one-of. So, yeah, great answer there. And, I mean, we see on display that the Ruby Sapphire is going to be the most played deck in the room by a significant margin. But there is going to be a lot of differences in the list that we'll see. So I'm interested to see what kind of percolates to the top as we head into day 2 tomorrow.
I agree, and we're getting closer and closer to day 2 as the day goes on. So with that being said, we're going to be back up with round 5 shortly. Don't go anywhere.
I'm here with Scott, who just won his round 4 match, a Ruby Sapphire mirror match 2-0. How are you feeling right now, Scott?
I'm feeling great. Top of the world, top of the standings.
How did you feel about the mirror match? You know, I don't know if you faced mirrors yet today. This is round 4. Was that your first one today?
I did. I played the mirror round 2, and I'm really, really comfortable in the mirror. So it's probably my second best matchup, I think.
Okay.
So feed me the mirrors as long as the clock isn't an issue.
Okay. And is Ruby Sapphire something that you've been playing for quite a while, or is that something that you picked up new coming into this weekend?
Picked it up for this.
Okay.
This is the first tournament I've ever played Ruby in. I finally dipped my toes into it. I was against it the whole time. I bite the bullet. I'm playing the good red cards.
And here you are.
Yeah.
So you qualified in Vegas. So what deck were you playing there?
I played green-purple.
Green-purple.
Green-purple bounce deck.
And how has that transition been to the Ruby Sapphire deck for you? Because those are quite vastly different.
Right, and that one was kind of more of a choice of, I felt like it was a good call for that tournament specifically. I'm a blue steel kind of guy at heart, really
okay.
at the end of it. I think it's just a peg below where it needs to be right now. The Ruby Sapphire is superior blue deck, I think.
Yeah. How do you feel going in the rest of the day?
Good. From what I saw from the tables around me, a lot of Ruby Sapphire mirrors, a lot of Amber Steel decks floating around. So we'll just kind of take the punches and see if I come out on top.
Yes. Well, I hope you do. Good luck with the rest of your games, and thanks so much for chatting with me.
Appreciate it.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the booth here in the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. I'm Liam, this is Tannen. We are through round 4, going into round 5. There's a lot of energy out there, but this is more than halfway through this long day. Tannen, I wanted to ask you, you have a lot of experience playing in these high-level TCG tournaments. What are the players starting to feel now, having gone through the first 4 rounds and getting into the back half?
So it's one way or the other. Either the butterflies are out, and you're kind of comfortable and you're taking it one game at a time. That's the biggest piece of advice I can give you, is treat it like any other tournament that you've played, focus on what you're doing. Or when you're doing well in one of these things, or when you've got a bad start off, you can kind of like snowball, right? You can get a little too nervous or get a little too down on yourself, and you just got to approach everything. I know it's anecdotal. You got to approach all of it as a single match. Try to get it out of your head. Look, if you had a bad match, vent about it for a second or two. Get over it. Get focused. Get into the next one. I wish I had known this myself when I was younger, and I could have talked to myself. It might have helped out a lot, but it's a difficult day. Everyone you're playing against is some of the best players in the world, so you kind of just got to take it as it comes and do the best you can.
Remain focused, remain sharp. Well, speaking of remaining focused, the next players we're going to watch in this round are well positioned. They've been doing well, accumulated enough points that they're still in the running to make the top cut. I'm actually really excited about this next match. It is a deck pairing that I love against one of the biggest, or actually the most represented deck in the format here today.
Yeah, so we've got Ruby Sapphire playing against
Emerald Amethyst.
Emerald Amethyst, yeah, and this is going to be a sweet one. I'm very interested to see how this match is going to play out with the way that the Ruby Sapphire decks have kind of gone. You know, we've seen them kind of change a little bit set, right? Like a new card will come out, right? Like they get a new ramp spell, and that's cool. But like, I feel like the deck has actually started to change finally. You know, we've got different ways to win. It's got a more robust mid game now. You've got a Pirate's Life as a better piece of reach, and then as a huge threat with Maui Half Shark going on. So how do you feel from the other side that this matchup's going to go?
Oh dear, I playing this deck feel fairly confident on the play into this matchup, and I think a lot of Ruby Sapphire players will tell you that they think on the play, when the Emerald Amethyst deck is on the play, it's very strong, especially if people are choosing to take an aggressive line with 2 Lorquesters on turn 2. But on the draw, most of these decks feel pretty confident, and so I think the prediction for a lot of these people would be that these decks will split. But I do know that Mo, one of the players here, is running a very aggressive deck, trying to run underneath a lot of these Ruby Sapphire decks. So I also wanted to mention storylines real quick. One of our competitors here has played in maybe the most Disney Lorcana challenges. It's DKP, or Din Kang Pham, the only player I think to qualify in both North America and in Europe for the championships, against Mo Shamblin, a player who I believe only played in 1 challenge. He bought the tickets to Las Vegas last minute, thought he would go have some fun for his anniversary, ended up qualifying for this, and here he is. So it's a challenge veteran against somebody who only played in 1, made that shot count, and here they are. So it's a great story. Speaking
of here they are, I think the players are ready down in the feature match area. We can head on down there, get the match started as we talk a little bit more as this goes. And yeah, I think the big burden is going to be how impactful turns 1 and 2 are versus this red-blue deck. You know, if you get something like some of the questing 2 characters on 1 and 2, then that can be something that's very, very impactful here. So I love that you brought that up.
Yeah, so the key to victory here for the Emerald Amethyst deck is to be fast. It has the ability to have a very effective one-drop with a Cursed Merfolk. That's a card that Mo is going to want to see very early. He's going to want to go, I think, wide. Mo's game plan, actually, I talked to him a little before this. It's to go wide, it's to be aggressive, it's to get early, it's to go underneath this. And so he's going to want to get a lot of characters on the board very early. On the other side, I don't know who's on the player draw here yet, but let's say that Din is on the play. Card advantage is something that he's got to think about. So he's going to want to get to that Hiram as early as possible, going to want to set that up on turn 4. But the ramp is so important in this game. At some point, Mo is going to hit, and ideally he's going to hit the Genie on turn 4. It's going to be very important that Din finds an answer to that Genie as soon as possible. Ideally, a Maui Half Shark, which can shut down all of the aggression. That Maui sitting there as a threat to challenge into your characters and pull back actions really slows down anybody trying to run under this deck. So getting to that Maui as soon as possible is going to be important.
Speaking of important, we have a 1-drop here from Mo, and it is one of the best ones. It's a Cursed Merfolk on turn 1. And like you said, super important here in this matchup. Tipo is going to lead to a Develop Your Brain, a card I haven't seen in quite a while, but this we know from King Fam. He'll every now and then play a card or two that other people might not be, loving as much or might not be as into as much, but he does really well with them, so it's hard to argue with the results.
And this is the turn 1 Mo wants right off the bat. It's turn 1 Merfolk, turn 2 Quest with it. We'll get a couple other characters on the board here, I think. Oh, we do see a Pegasus Shift go into the Inkwell. That's a card that not everybody plays in these decks. It was really popular previous sets with the 1-drop Pegasus followed by the Shift. So we know now that Mo is running that. That's a fun card to see. And going wide here with 2 characters on the board, 4 lore on the board on turn 2.
Yeah, Magic Broom and Diablo added for Mo Shumlin here. Back over to Din. Let's see. I see a Sail the Azure at Sea. So he does have that ramp for turn 2. Is that a Tipo or...
It is, and in this matchup, the Tipo is usually the better play because you want to have an answer for those Merfolk. Those Merfolk, if left unchecked for 2, 3, 4 turns, will be very impactful. So you want to get that Tipo on the board, ramp that way, and then you have a way to answer that Merfolk next turn. Interesting
card into the Inkwell as well. The little Goofy showing up here. Interesting.
This is a super goof. An interesting card to see in this build. Not often played in this deck. This is a 2/4 that can gain 2 lore on the challenge when it rushes as soon as it comes into play. So it gives you a little bit of reach in this deck, and it's a fun card to see.
Looks like you get that extra ink from Din as well. Does have does have a couple songs to sing as well in turn 4. So doing the thing he's supposed to be doing here. Now we're going to go ahead and quest up completely for Mo Shumlin here. That's 4 that's going to go over. Love starting the way your turn out this way because this Magic Broom, I've got to believe, might be getting translated into a card here. Maybe you keep it around because there's only a 1/2 on the other side. You can maybe get another lore out of it.
We'll see. I do think you want to gather as much lore as possible early. I wouldn't be surprised if he'd stick around. Here we have a fun card. This is a 2 lore Prince Philip. Quest for 2 lore, and I believe it has ward as well, making it difficult to get around.
Yeah, and I love keeping that Magic Broom around for at least 1 more turn. There's no challenge set up for you here that makes it worrisome that you're not going to get the card off of it. I think you can be a little extra greedy in this spot with it. Now I see another ramp spell from Din here. Sail the Azure at Sea, another card off the top. He has to put 2 cards into his Inkwell this turn if he wants.
We do see the Maui Half Shark there, which will be an impactful card in this matchup. We also have, importantly, the Rush Maui, friend to all, which can answer one of the threats on the board. But again, ramping into that Be Prepared, I think, is where Din wants to be.
Also, the fact that it is Sail the Azure at Sea this turn means that these inks are going to be unexerted. So if he wants, he can utilize this Brawl here, which I think he's going to pick off one of these characters. I wonder if it's just going to be this. Let's see. It can't be the Prince Philip. So yeah, it's going to be that Cursed Merfolk.
Yeah, definitely not wanting to discard a card to that Cursed Merfolk. Tipo there banishing the Diablo, and of course Mo will draw a card off of that. That card replaces itself, and I think it's back over to Mo with 3 lore on the board, and that Prince Philip, which is a fun card, I think, in this build sitting there.
Yeah, quite a bit of a lore advantage here as well. 6-0 in the favor of Mo Shumlin. Picked up a Fox for his turn. Let's see how he wants to play this. It's been a while since Prince Philip and play. Baby Pegasus is going to go ahead and make its way into the Inkwell. There we go. We're going to go ahead and quest up for 1 here, go up to 7. Got to believe maybe that Magic Broom is going to get turn into a card here. Let's see. Draw from the rabbit. Consult the hand. See, do we need to draw another card here? We're going to be going into the 6 ink turn. So maybe you can get another quest out of this magic broom.
So let's take a look at the hand here. We do have Ursula Deceiver here. One of the things we mentioned is Din does have a Be Prepared sitting over there, which could clear the board on turn 7. But Ursula Deceiver is the answer there. So if Mo feels like he wants to prevent that for a few turns, unless he wants to draw it out, that Deceiver can pick that card. It's a fun note.
Definitely a really good note there that Prince Philip is going to quest, moving Mo up to 9-0 lead. Now the Maui's going to come into play, take care of that Prince Philip really well. So that's a good spot for Din to find a way to take care of some of these questers over Emotion. It's done a really good job these last 2 turns making inroads on Mo's side of the board. As we pass back over, he's got just that Merlin Rabbit left over, picked up another Cursed Mofolk. You got to believe that Ursula's probably going to come into play somehow this turn.
Yeah, so one of the things one of the things that when playing Emerald Amethyst that I like to describe this game as is kind of a 2-phase game. When you're playing a control deck, once you get into the late game, oftentimes those decks are just going to gain control of the board. They just have too many control answers, especially the wipes. By the way, speaking of Deceiver, there it comes down, taking out that board wipe I was just talking about, that Be Prepared going to the discard pile. So once you gather as much lore as you can in the early game, ideally you want to get to 10, 11, 12 lore, kind of in the range that Mo is right now. Phase 2 kicks in, where you're looking to get some of your reach cards, your goats, your white roses, or perhaps Go-Go Tamago in this meta to close things out. So getting up into this range while not being able to close it out is not terrible because you do have those cards which can get you there as the game stretches on.
Does look like that Maui's going to go ahead and trade into the rabbit. So a card draw here for Mo. Another card drawn. Kipo's going to go ahead and quest up here as well. It looks like it's going to be just a pass back over to Mo here, setting up for possibly that big Sisu next turn.
And let's just look at how impactful getting rid of that Be Prepared was this turn, because I think Din would have loved to play that. All that ink there, ready to go, and nothing to use it on, having timed that Deceiver perfectly.
Oh, absolutely. Now that Magic Broom is going to go ahead and quest up to 12. I'm sorry, 11. The Merlin Goat's going to go up to 12. Since the character's played, the Broom is allowed to be put into to put away for another card. Another 3 lore coming up for Mo here. He knows he's probably going to get swept up here, but I like getting the goat into play as quickly as possible. It's going to bypass that Sisu sweep here and leave him with something in play that can quest. We already see that there's a fox in hand as well, so possibly getting to pick up that goat as well sometime soon.
Sending a Cloud Kicker into the Inkwell here, getting a little extra resources. One of the things that you want to consider in these Emerald Amethyst decks, you don't want to overextend your Inkwell too much, but at the same time, at some point in the game, you want to be able to play a goat and bounce a goat, and you want to be close enough to do that. And so getting a little extra ink when you can is helpful.
And Tipo's going to sit around. Let's see. They'll go ahead and quest with it yet again. I believe Din is at 2. Yeah, there we go. We got it updated. Card off the top for Mo here. It looks like a white rose.
A white rose, another card that's going to get you 1 closer. Not a terrible top deck, because now we are in the single digits. Every single lore matters. The fox coming down, bouncing the goat. 1 more lore for Mo.
Yeah, that goes up to 18, and this actually pairs up pretty well. He's going to be able to ink 1 more card here, play the white rose, and possibly go up to 18 or 19, whatever it is here, and that's going to be
That's going to be the game. Wow.
Quick game 1 over to Mo. And I can see why you were saying that as the purple deck here, you actually kind of like this matchup sometimes in the blue-red.
Yeah, I mean, there's several key things that worked out for Mo. Mo did get a great opening. He wants to, in this matchup, go wide as early as possible. He's doing the 1-drop on turn 1, 2 1-drops on turn 2, putting him in a position to get around those single removals that the Ruby Sapphire is going to play, and then force that board wipe later on. But if you have the answer for the board wipe, which is that Ursula Deceiver that you can pick on turn 6, you leave yourself in a great position. And just a masterful performance there, well executed on the play. On the draw, it's a little more challenging, though.
We'll have to see if that works out as we head back down to the feature match area, get that second game. I think it's great that you pointed out that the Ursula play of just being patient with it, waiting till the exact right moment, because here's the best part about waiting for it. Not only do you only need to do it the turn before they play it, it gives them the most possible time to draw the card as well. Because, like, what if he just doesn't have it on turn 3, and then they draw it the turn before they're going to play it, then you can snag it from them.
Well, that's true. The other thing that it does, though, is Din is going all of those turns thinking turn 7 is my board wipe. And so he's playing on turns 4, 5, and 6 as if that's the plan.
Yeah, you allow him to keep the card and play for it. Yeah,
exactly. And so then you mess it all up. And perhaps he plays other things if he knows that board wipe is not available on the previous turns.
Really good point. Let's go and head back down to the feature match area and see how this match finishes up. Maybe Din can even it up, or maybe Mo just gets a repeat of game 1. I think he'd be pretty happy with that opener again here in game 2.
So One of the things I'll mention here, we didn't see much Hiram popsicle action going on there that first game, but on the play, Din being behind a card, will want to get to that card draw earlier, a lot sooner. That one card can make a big difference, the card that you get for being on the draw.
Is Mo keeping 1 and get rid of 6 here? I think that's a possibility. Or is he keeping 6 and get rid of 1? Let's see. Yeah, it looks like we're going fully deep for Mo here. This makes me wonder, does he not have a 1-drop in his opener, or is that the only card that he kept? Usually when I see a lot of cards like this, you're looking for something specific, and you didn't have that in the opening 7, so you want to get the most cards possible to get deep into it.
Yeah, Mo wants a lot of 1-drops. He runs a lot of them in this list, and so he's looking for a lot of early game cards, and he's also looking for some key cards. Having that Deceiver in hand is a nice insurance policy early. You can ink it if you don't need it, but if you can hang on to it to prevent that board wipe, that's great. In previous methods, you could use it to pick 1 jump ahead, but we don't see that run quite as much anymore.
Surprisingly, seen it a little bit today. We saw it in one of our early matches.
That's true.
I was watching one earlier from the feature match viewing area. I saw a Tipo sing a 1 jump ahead. I was like, okay, that seems really good to me.
So let's look at Din's opening here. We do have the popsicle. I see Sail to Azurite Sea on turn 2, so we do have that ramp. And is that a Maui Half Shark I see there? I think it is.
I think that is, yeah.
Which would be a very important card if we can get it online.
But popsicle on 1 from Din, like you said, super important. Let's see, is there that 1-drop from Mo? If not, Din's got to be feeling pretty good.
I think we do have some 1-drops, but we don't have the one we want, I think, which is the Merfolk, unless I missed it. It will probably be, I want to say the Pegasus.
Yeah, I see a followers for sure. It does look like it is the Pegasus on turn 1.
It is the Pegasus. You do want those Merfolk if you can get them, so Pegasus is fine. It'll quest for a little bit. It is a shift target for later on, but we do have plenty of other 1-drops to drop on turn 2, though, so Mo is going to be able to go wide a bit again.
Yep, Sail the Azurite Sea here, turn 2 for Din. That allows him to play another popsicle as well. This is a great start for Din here.
Yeah, fantastic start. We have the popsicle set up for Hiram there. We have that shark sitting, waiting to come in on turn 6. This is going to be a little bit more of a battle, but let's see how Mo responds.
Yeah, not the 1-drop that Mo wanted, but it is one of the 1-drops in the deck, so that's a good start for him here. Does he have the 2 more 1-drops again this turn? Is he going to go with a 2-drop? It does look like he has multiple 1-drops here now as well. Curse Merfolk into Return to Box followers.
So we did top deck the Merfolk there, which is a great card to draw in this position. We know we're dropping 2 1-drops. We get that high lore character on. Grandma Tala coming down here to ramp a little bit more and find another card. Or to find another card, rather.
Yep, back over to Mo here. Din added a card to his hands here. So we're going to start out with the Return to Box followers because we're most likely to cash this one in. So I like to start this way. Got to quest up, get a free card here. Rabbit added to the hand here for Mo. Another 3 lore added here as well for Mo. Way behind in ink. Way ahead in lore. Typically how this matchup's going to go very, very early.
That is exactly how this matchup's going to go.
Yeah. I think I see a Sir Hiss hand, but it's just going to be a snake that picks up the Merfolk and redeploys it where it is not exerted anymore, meaning that Din cannot challenge anything in play right now for Mo. No free value off this Grandma Talia.
I really like that play. This gets you almost a guaranteed extra 2 lore out of that Merfolk, getting you a little bit closer. These Emerald Amethyst decks are usually going to win kind of by inches. Every single lore matters, so if you can squeeze out 4 lore out of a Merfolk in the early game, it's fantastic.
Take a look at Din's hand. I think I see Maui, 2 Pirates' Lives, and I think that's another Maui as well.
Yeah, this is a rough hand.
It's 2 Half Sharks and then the Reckless Maui.
Yeah, so we do have a Maui play here, and then eventually those Pirate's Lives are going to be online. I mean, Maui, Pirate's Life is a song you can sing for 6. Great character to sing that is Maui Half Shark, and you can start getting a cycle here going with the Maui Half Sharks in play, singing Pirate's Life, bringing them back when they challenge any openings, and it's just going to be tough to overcome. As an Emerald Amethyst enthusiast, Pirate's Life is one of my least favorite cards because, as I said, it's usually a game of inches, and losing that 2 lore is brutal and can make all the difference in these games.
Absolutely. So a little bit of an inefficient turn, but it's just what Din has. A brawl here to take care of that Curse Merfolk. Leaving some ink unused this turn, but back over to Mo. Picked up an Olaf. That's going to go ahead and go right into the inkwell. Going to get followed up by this Rabbit, which is going to draw him another card. Help him elongate this game just a little bit. 2 lore added the total here. It's going to be 7-0, but as we said, this is just the way this game plays out. He's going to get out to a big lead, and it's on Din to stem the bleeding. Oh, a Be Prepared picked up for Din here. That's going to be a good target for that Ursula that was just picked up by Mo. We talked about this. The timing of those 2 cards together can be very impactful in these matches. But that Maui Half Shark has come into play, and it's going to get really, really impactful over these next few turns. We saw some Pirate's Lives in the hands. If Din can play those and then also challenge of Maui Shark in 1 turn, that could be a huge turning point in this game.
Maui Half Shark is such a frustrating card to see on the opposite side of the board because not only does it give your opponents lore every time you play an action, but it really makes you think twice about questing. Mo is somebody who wants to push the lore a little bit higher every single game. You don't want to build a wide board because then you're playing into the board wipes, but having that Maui Half Shark there is so threatening. Giving your opponent back in action is, it feels terrible.
Yeah, it can never feel good. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and go with another Merlin Rabbit here, get another card deeper into our deck. I wonder if Mo is going to be questing here. It's a very, very dangerous play to make with that Maui Half Shark sitting across the board. As you said, lots of ways this can go really, really wrong for you if you're Mo.
Yeah, and so Mo thinking about here, he's looking at the actions down there. He's like, how much do I mind if one of those actions is pulled back? Perhaps the Brawl, but not knowing, I don't think we've seen the hand recently, not knowing that that Pirate's Life is there, so that's a song that could be sung this turn. Maui Half Shark could then challenge and pull that right back.
It does look like the White Rose is going to get added to the ink, allowing a Cursed Merfolk to follow this up. It's going to push the lower total up to 10-0. We're back over to Din, and Din does have a Be Prepared here this turn if he wants to do this. Will cost him all of his ink, so it doesn't look like it's going to be a Be Prepared turn, since we saw a Popsicle start here.
Yeah, and it's not a bad play here to try to draw out that Be Prepared or that board wipe. I mean, Mo is staring at a Maui Half Shark. That's a brutal card which can close out a game on its own. So perhaps, you know, saying, hey, if you have the board wipe, I don't love it because I've got a lot on the board, but if I have to rebuild my board with the 2 cards I got off the Rabbit, my other cards in hand, while you lose your Maui Half Shark, that's not terrible.
Does look like the Brawl is going to go back to hand here from Din as well. After picking off the Pegasus, you know, he has a few other ways to do this as well. It looks like he's going to play another Maui Half Shark and then pick off this Rabbit with that Grandma Talia. It's going to get a card in for Mo, and then he's going to go ahead and heal up the Grandma Talia as well. So Popsicle into the discard pile. So 2 Mauis in play now. So any action is going to gain an extra 2 lore for Din here. And then if he gets to start challenging, I think this game is going to get way, way away from Mo here.
Yeah, it's a challenging position. At this point, you know...
I see what you did there.
Yeah, a little Lorcana pun. At this point, one of the things you may want to consider doing is trying to draw out that board wipe. Anything to get rid of those Maui Half Sharks. This is fun. Get some information here. Take a look at the hand. There are options available. Yeah. And to be quite honest, that's probably the right choice. You want to prevent... Losing that 2 lore is brutal, and... the board wipe is not terrible.
You're actually kind of okay with it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're like, please play the Be Prepared. I think it's better for me than it is for you. These Mauis are representing so much lore gain. If you play 1 Pirate's Life, which they can sing, you'd gain 4 lore and your opponent would lose 2. That is a huge swing.
Now, it's a card we can pull back here, but again, I think that board wipe is something you're not unhappy to see. So 2 more characters to the board. Here we're going wide.
Yeah, Sir Hiss and Diablo added for Mo here, almost daring Din to play this Be Prepared. I wonder if he's going to quest this turn. And here's the thing, he did add 2 more characters to the board, but I kind of like this because one of them will replace itself if it gets Be Prepared. The Diablo will draw an extra card, and then you'd feel kind of okay because you would draw 2 cards off this board.
So will the 2 cards. So I think this is the right move here. Leave everything up. Don't allow that Pirate's Life to come back. At some point, Din is perfectly happy. Din's perfectly happy right now to start playing that Pirate's Life. Brawl coming down here. We will gain 2 lore off those Half Sharks.
And removes that Cursed Merfolk as well. Then let's look. We're going to start questing as well with the Sharks. They're pretty safe. They have evasive. There is a Sir Hiss, but those will be able to pick off a Shark by themselves. Maybe if there's a Crab somewhere in Mo's deck, we might be able to get a nice trade in. Also, this way, taking the Pirate's Life from Din, I think this is good because like it puts Din in a spot where like, hey, you might not be able to use your ink next turn.
That's true. You know, that be prepared is kind of a brick in your hand. You can't ink it.
A super
Unless you
goof
wanna play
added
it.
here for Din. One of my local players is absolutely in love with this card, by the way. Plays it in every deck that he possibly can.
I love this card. And I love this enchanted card too. I think this might be Sam Nielsen's only credited card. At the very least, he's one of a few. A brilliant concept artist who does most of the concept work.
I'm not saying that it's better, but this is one of the few cards that where I prefer the original art to the enchanted art. I love the original arts on this card. Like him flying around in what look like pajamas and stuff. I just absolutely adore this. This is
Yeah.
the Goofy I remember as a child.
Yeah, this board state is so fascinating and fun. Din is slowly pushing the lore higher. Every action that he draws and plays will get him 2 lore. Mo doesn't want to present anything that'll allow him to pull back actions. 2 exerted characters represent 2 actions pulled back. I think the game plan here again is to just build up your board until you represent nearly lethal, not lethal, but endgame. Enough lore to close out the game, and then force that board wipe, and then rebuild.
So a kit's going to get played here for Mo. He's going to put the super goof back into Din's hand. Now he's going to do some accounting here. How much do I have? We've made a big investment this game. Can I cash in just yet? Nope. The stock hasn't matured fully yet, so we don't want to cash it in just yet.
And this is so good. So that's 7 lore on the board. We know we have goats. We know we have bounces. We know we have white rose. We know we have go-go tamagos. So there's ways that Mo can close it out with cards that are not on the board and not questing. At some point...
I mean, Mo is just daring him, right? Like,
Yeah.
he's just daring him to be prepared.
Yep.
He's like, look, you're going to have to be prepared at some point in time. It's going to take up pretty much all, if not all, of Din's turn when it happens. So we do have a brawl to kind of break this up just a little bit. And then Mo would still draw a few extra cards with this. I kind of like going after the Ursula as well. It's something you don't want to get bounced later and then take the be prepared out of your hand. So good targeting by Din there. And Din senses this. He's like, look, I mean, I've got to start doing this stuff. So this is 4 more lore for him this turn. He's up to 7.
That's true. One thing I want to point out, a line that's fun here. Sirhis represents 1 lore on the board. With a go-go tamago, if the Sirhis challenges into the Maui, putting 4 damage on it, that's a 4 lore swing with the go-go.
Without leaving something that can be challenged back as well. That's a really tight play.
Right, so that's a line that's available. A go-go is such a powerful card in this deck. I think it was in Game 3 of the European Championship where we saw a go-go gain 8 lore, 4 upon play, bounced back, and then 4 again. So a very powerful card, and we have a board state here which would allow a significant lore gain off it if it's drawn.
Getting 8 in 1 turn of a go-go is kind of crazy. I don't think I've ever seen it get more than like 2.
It might have taken 2 turns for that one, but it was definitely the same
Okay,
go-go.
you might be right. This might be the play. Sir Hiss just attacked into this Maui. There it is.
There it is.
The go-go Tamago is going to get 4 more lore added from more Chamberlain here. That's up to 14, and I believe 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yes.
5, 6. He is
Yes.
threatening 20 next turn.
Yes.
What a call.
Wow.
Hey, do you have the lottery numbers?
I don't know.
He's going to go up and go up to what? I think 19 here? 'Cause
Yeah.
I like this too because it's be prepared or bust a lot for Din here as well. Was that a Pirate's Life off the top?
Yeah,
I think I saw a red card.
The problem is the Pirate's Life, so we're going to slow this down a little bit. At this point, he can pull back a Pirate's Life, sing a Pirate's Life, play the Be Prepared, knocking it back 3. But it really does invite the board wipe here.
So this is a really complicated turn from Din, and it's probably going to start out with challenging with one of the Maui Sharks to get back something like a Pirate's Life.
Yes.
And kind of go that way. You can challenge with both of them, possibly. But I don't think you can do that without playing the Be Prepared this turn.
That's the challenge. You need to be able to play the Be Prepared, but you also need to be able to sing a Pirate's Life because a goat or a white rose off the top deck and the Emerald Amethyst player wins this game.
Yeah, that's a really good call. I think you have to challenge with the Maui Half Shark that has no damage on it, so it sticks around so you get the extra lore off the Pirate's Life as well. Din, a player who usually plays very deliberately, very quickly, taking his time here, and you can't blame him. This is a super complicated turn. Oh, it was a Pirate's Life off the top.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, so he could possibly sing both, but maybe, I'm not sure if it's better just to get one. Yeah, it might be better just to get one out of your discard pile.
That is true. I think it's important to pull one back because this deck can close things really quickly.
He can't win here, can he? So if he sings Pirate's Life, that's 8. He's only got 9, so he'd be at 19. He almost can win the game here. Does he have another action? Wait, so if you sing Pirate's Life, well, you can't get the second one and sing that one as well. I apologize, because then you could play Be Prepared and win here, but you can't do that because you have to challenge one of them to get the second Pirate's Life. Okay, I got ahead of myself there a little. I apologize.
I'm mathing as well.
Yeah.
Certainly you can get close. And of course, I forget what it is in his hand. I'm not going to lie, but Super Goof is another card which could come down to get 2 lore instantly. So you can get pretty close.
Yeah, I think he's actually super close of just winning the game this turn. He's going to be a little bit short, I think. And that's what's giving him pause, I believe.
What a game state.
All right, so many different lines that you could take here. So it is going to start with Din challenging. He's going to challenge the Diablo. You can draw an extra card, Mo. He's going to get back a Pirate's Life. A card that it's not embarrassing to play over and over again as this game goes on. So he's going to go ahead and sing this one. That's going to gain him 4, lose 2 for Mo. So Mo's going down to 17. Up to 14 is Din. All right, he's going to quest to 15 here. Here comes the B prep, I believe. Yeah, be prepared. It's going to gain 2 more lore and it equals 17 for both of the players. Another card for Mo here as well, though, as the rabbit goes away.
Wow.
Din couldn't get to 18 here to make sure the Pirate's Life was
Wow.
good enough to win. Oh, is that a...
It's a deceiver. It's a deceiver.
That's huge.
We'd love to have more high lore characters here, but that deceiver is a big draw. We're going to take a look at the hand. We're going to pick the Pirate's Life. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
He was going to have a Pirate's Life and Super Goof. He was going to possibly be able to win this very quickly.
Yeah, and then we have a kit, and then we have, oh, here it is. It's like you have the answer or you don't.
Din hasn't picked his cards up just yet.
There
What
are
did he
outs.
draw?
There are plenty
Is
of
this
outs.
a Sail the Azure at Sea? Okay. Oh,
Visions
okay.
of the future. We're gonna take a look. We're gonna dig. We're gonna find. We're gonna play to our outs. There's brawls. There's plenty of things which can remove one of those characters.
Big Sisu, but I don't think we have enough ink. Your Hiram, Tipo. I don't think we have enough ink for the Big Sisu. I think I see a 5-drop Maui as well.
I think we need a brawl.
Yeah, I think we need something that interacts with the board. It looks like this might be a miss for Din.
Oh man.
Yeah, card added to hand for Din here. Didn't seem excited about it.
Let's see. I think we got a Hiram maybe. We're gonna dig a little bit more. We're gonna eat that popsicle. Draw 2 cards.
I don't know if there's a card that gets him out of this. He drew a B prep. That's not good enough. Play
Take the Tipo, pass the turn, quest for 3. Woo! Oh man. What a finish. What a game. What a game state.
What a match from these two. We've seen some incredible Lorcana back and forth today, and that was really impressive. A deck that, look, I'm going to be completely honest. Green Purple is a deck that I usually have a lower opinion on than most people. I'll say, you know that I say this a lot. Like, whenever I play the deck, it always feels underpowered to me. I don't win with it very much, so that's probably a user error with the deck as long. It looked really good in this match.
This deck is built to be fast. This deck is built with a lot more 1-drops than the average Amethyst Emerald deck, and it's made to go wide early. And it's actually teched very specifically for this matchup. And both players, though, this was a knife's edge. Some brilliant plays, including the Sir Hiss in to get that 4 lure off the go-go. That made all the difference. Top deck and Deceiver at the right time to play that was huge. But then, as you pointed out, Din was 1 or 2 actions away from winning the game with the 2 Mauis on the board and those Pirates' Lives. There were very close, numerous lines that he could have had to win that game in that position. So what a fantastic game. 2 amazing players. That was some incredible Lorcana.
Yeah, one of my favorite matches of the day. It looks like we're going to be taking a quick break, but we'll be right back with more Lorcana. We have another match out here. Hey everybody, and welcome back to the North American Championship. We're still in round 5, and we're actually going to be jumping back into our feature match area. We've got a game 2 that's in progress. We're going to go right in live to these players and see how they're going to finish up this round 5. So let's head on down to the feature match area. And it looks like we're going to be having a mirror match, but these decks are quite different from each other.
Right. You remember how at the beginning of the day we talked about these amber steel decks, and there's really 2 flavors right now. There's the aggressive variant, which is running really low to the ground, trying to win quickly, and then you have the traditional Steel Song build. On the left here, we have Sean playing the traditional Steel Song build with slight variations, and then on the right, we have this aggressive variant. Looking at the lore totals, it's exactly what you'd expect in this matchup, where David has managed to race ahead to 9 lore with this aggressive variant, and then Sean's over there lagging a little bit behind, but it looks like the better board state.
Yeah, we see a queen here that's been shifted. We've got an aerial. And I was going to say, let's just clean this up. David is up in this match already 1 game. And it looks like he's way ahead in the lore total here as well. He's got 9 while Sean has 3. But we're passing back over to Sean. He's got a little bit of a board presence here against this Daisy Duck.
Right. So back over to the traditional Steel Song build, we do have Spectacular Singer. We have Gaston, Baritone Bully. These are traditional Steel Song cards. We have a Whole New World in hand. One card we have there is Ariel's Sonic Warrior, is a fun card I see in Sean's hand. Not a card we see in all Steel Song decks, but sprinkled in here for a bit of control. And I want to point out another fun card on the other side. In David's deck, these aggressive decks, there's some cards which filter in and out, but one card I haven't seen in these aggressive Amber Steel decks is Perdita, Devoted Mother. It's a card David has in hand. It's a 6-drop card, the Mother of the Dalmatians, which will bring a 2-cost card from your discard pile back into play upon play.
Yeah, it really could call with some of these docks that have been floating around, some of the other valuable 2-drops that have been in these decks. It's a real sweet one. I have seen a Perdita bring back a dock before, and it looks really powerful late in the game. So we are getting a little singing here. We have to let the Storm Rage on, deal 2 damage, sit over here on this Daisy Duck. Doesn't want to use a whole new world just yet. Gonna get a little more value out of the hand, Sean is here. Looks like a Daisy Duck of their own. They're gonna go ahead and put that aerial that has been shifted into play and take this out back over to David with no board presence from here. A little bit of a Lord lead, but nothing left in play.
Yeah, so we have I'm Still Here, I think, in there, and then a Whole New World. One of the things, I'll talk about the Whole New World for a second, because one of the things that these Steel Songs decks thrive off of is building a big board state of singers and then using Whole New World to refund their hand, and then using those singers to play multiple cards in a turn and eliminating the characters that your opponent plays. One of the dangers, though, in this matchup is David's playing a deck with a lot of very low-to-the-ground, high lore characters. You have 2-drop Smees, you have 1-drop Daisy Ducks. And sometimes the last thing you want to do, especially when David's sitting at 6 ink, is to refill his hand with 6 cards that are potentially 1- and 2-drops. It can go wide very quickly, so a Whole New World is a risky card to play.
Perdita getting into play here and bringing back a Calhoun. That is a really good target as well to bring back with the Mother of Dalmatians.
And Calhoun is also a potentially impactful card in this game. Calhoun, of course, gives you 2 lore upon the challenge, and when you're 9 lore away from winning the game, that 2 lore can be incredibly impactful. So Sean wants to get maximum value out of his singers by singing, which makes them vulnerable to challenges, making them vulnerable to Calhoun.
Activation of Daisy Duke here. That is going to Daisy Duck here. I apologize. That is going to add a Rapunzel into David's hand.
I think Daisy Duke now is a card that I want to see.
I am very upset with myself for saying that. I'm not going to lie. All right, go ahead and sing a Strength of a Raging Fire. Put 3 damage over on Perdita, then challenge over into it as well. Take care of the pesky Dalmatian from David.
Yeah, so that wasn't a challenge. I think that was singing Strength of a Raging Fire for 3 damage, and then Aerial Sonic Warrior, upon playing a song, you can pay 2 to deal 3 damage to chosen character for 6 total there, making use of that aerial that, again, we don't see in many of these decks.
Yeah, but then after that, we're going to sing a Whole New World, get 7 new cards for Sean and David here. Sean still left over a little bit of ink. He's got 4, so he's going to go ahead and pay 2, deal 3 damage to that Calhoun from the Sonic Warrior. Sean in a really, really good spot to even up this match here.
Really getting maximum value out of the Sonic Warrior here. 3 damage, the perfect amount to overcome that resist 1. Ariel doing some work here.
Absolutely, Ariel's going to get played. Find another song here. It looks like Along Came Zeus, and if I'm David, I'm seeing the writing on the wall here. I don't know if he's going to get to quest with another character this game. This Sonic Warrior doing so much work. Plus, there's another removal spell. Looks like we got 2 more, 3 more,
multiple.
4 more.
There's 3 Along Came Zeus and a Strength of a Raging Fire in hand, and plenty of characters to sing them.
All right, Zeus is officially here.
Lightning Bolts galore. We have 3 characters which can sing that. That's like so much damage you can distribute next turn. Now, David can go wide here, and so one of the things is David could go wide. I haven't quite seen his hand, but I do see a couple of 2-drops, some 1-drops. So if he does force Sean to use, 3, 4 removal cards, it does feel bad to lose your board, but Sean's going to go through his hand rather quickly.
And yeah, that's the thing I'm a little worried about is the fact that David could probably play, 3, 4 characters here this turn. The problem is that Sean's got multiple singers, like you said, and then he's going to be able to activate Aerial every single time as well. I don't know if David's going to be able to quest again this game.
Yeah, there's that Aerial is such a threat over there. As you pointed out, you sing Along Came Zeus with one of your 4 or 5 singers. Along Came Zeus comes down, does 5 damage. Then you get 3 more off the Aerial by paying 2. You can sing again, get 3 more damage. That Aerial is a menace.
Yeah, you see David really taking his time here. He's like, he knows there's at least 1 song, right? There's 7 new cards that came into Sean's hand. You have to at least assume that 1 song, which is generally going to take out one of your characters, then Aerial's activation is going to take out a second one. So you're going to be trying to play at least 3 characters here this turn if you can. If you can get 4, that's great. We know that Sean's up to the challenge of that many characters as well.
That's true. It's a bit of a spot for David. There's just so much removal available for Sean here.
Yeah, Doc, Strength. Saw Piglet earlier. Another, I believe that's another Doc. It could be a Happy.
It's a dwarf.
Some dwarf knight thing from All right, so we go ahead and one drop Robin Hood. Follow it up with Cinderella. Okay. That one's a Happy because that's the one drop. Okay, so there we go. We've got 3. I think we need at least 4 characters played this turn. It might be 5 though. Calhoun into Piglet. And so this is what you were talking about, right? Like when you do the a whole new world into a deck like this that has a bunch of 1 and 2s, this is the danger of doing that. But Sean is up to this challenge. I think a lot of this board is not going to be left ever. He might not take care of everything because he doesn't necessarily need to take care of everything, but he's going to get all the best ones.
Yeah, and this, man, that aerial Sonic, I'm going to keep talking about her because
It's so good.
it's just really good in this matchup and in this particular situation. It allows you to get so much value out of your songs. You don't even need to pay ink to play your songs, leaving all of that ink available for aerial. It's just so good.
All right, so we're going to start out with Ariel singing Strength of a Raging Fire. Then that's going to take out Calhoun. The Ariel Sonic Singer is going to activate. That's going to take care of the Piglet. We got multiple Ariels, multiple Robin. I'm going to have to clear this up. All right, Gaston is now going to sing Along Came Zeus onto the mini Robin Hood, making sure that shift line isn't there. 2 more ink is going to get used to take care of the Cinderella. So all we've got left is the 1-drop Happy in play. If Sean wants to, he could take care of it. I don't know if he even needs to at this point. All right, we got an activation of Daisy Duck.
Let's see
here.
what we got off the top.
Oh, that's an actual miss from David.
Bummer. It's such a very few misses in this deck, and that is one of them.
Generally, only about 10 to 12 cards that can miss from David here in these builds. Generally. I got it right that time, by the way. I don't know if you noticed.
I did.
Okay. Just making sure we're going to put that one on the scoreboard. It's like rounds since the last incident, days since the last accident, rounds since the last time I've mispronounced
And
the card.
mispronunciated something.
We should get a ticker behind us for that.
I'm sure people watching will get that going for us.
Yeah. With me around, it wouldn't get very high too often. All right, Ariel's going to go ahead and get 2 more points of lore here.
It's just...
And we're going to pass back over to David. He played 5 characters last turn. He's got 1 left.
Now there's... this is a great, very impactful card in this particular matchup. A turn too late. Had you gotten that off the whole new world, then, man...
That's the problem with Pete, man. You invite him to the party, and he's always just a little bit too late. He likes to make an entrance, but we needed a better one this turn. In this game for David. If Pete were one of the characters last turn, David might have had a really good shot at winning this game.
That's true. Pete, an impactful card, and anytime you're playing Steel Song, that deck runs about 18, about 18 average songs.
Sure.
Frank Carson has said numerous times that's about his sweet spot, is 18 songs. So Pete Games Referee shutting down a third of your opponent's deck for a turn is particularly impactful. So here
I
it comes
was
down.
just gonna say, if you're gonna quote Frank Carson and say about a number, you should probably try to be precise.
Very specific.
Yeah.
18 exactly.
That man loves his math.
On the nose. So here you have Pete Games Referee coming down. Again, a turn kind of too late, but going wide again, forcing Sean to have some answers. We are sitting at 11 lore, and I will say there are outs in this deck. One of the outs people love to talk about in this deck are Docs, because Doc is a card that allows you to discard your hand, draw 2 cards. You can string that together and sometimes go very wide out of nowhere. So there are outs here. Sean is only sitting at 7 lore, but you're going to have to get lucky to hit everything you need.
It does look like a Doc gets added here along with the Cinderella, along with that Pete. But the Storm Rage on the last card left over in David's hand. As we go back over to Sean, let's see how bad this turn is going to be for David, because don't forget, there is a Pete activation for him here. He might have a chance from this. All right, Smee added from Sean. A lot of the cards in his hand have been locked out. These 2 Zeus, Along Came Zeus, are no longer allowed to be played this turn. So not only would they not be able to take care of some of these characters, Ariel Sonic Singer is not going to be able to get activated this turn. And that is at least a big win for David this turn. Sonic Warrior, I'm sorry. All right, Punzel's going to go ahead and move that damage away from the Sonic Warrior, drawing a card for Sean here. Going to allow him to play a queen with his last ink.
We have 11 lore on the board on Sean's side. That is significant.
Another miss
Oh, dear.
from the Daisy here. David putting another song to the bottom of his deck, which might not have been too bad here. 4 lore going to be added to Sean here. It's going to even the game up at 11, I believe, between the two players. But David's going to get to actually come back to his turn here, ready up his characters and his ink with some stuff in play here. Is that another Pete off the top?
I missed the draw. I was doing math on the other side of the board.
I think I'm wrong.
But Sean, you know, within
Robin Hood? It is Robin Hood, sorry.
No, that's okay. I was gonna, Sean, within a turn of closing this out here, just not enough. David forced into the control role with Sean threatening game, and that's going to do it. I think this was a really fun matchup to watch. It was the two versions of Steel Song we see at this tournament going at it, and we saw a lot of things that we predicted, a whole new world going into a wide board, but the really impactful card in that matchup was Aerial Sonic Warrior, who I'd have to call Frank Carson to figure out the amount of damage that she did in that match. I think it must have been 15, 18. Yeah, to keep track of it. But doing absolute work in that matchup, built for matchups like this, and a great tech call by Sean here.
Yeah, and you saw the importance of Pete in the matchup as well. One turn off of having Pete correctly would have given David a better shot in that game. And, you know, I've played a lot of the mirror when it comes to this deck, and generally it's not who Pete's first, it's not who Pete's second, it's who Pete's last. Usually wins the game, and it didn't happen there because Aerial Sonic Warrior had just done way too much. That's the best I've ever seen that card be, by the way.
Honestly, me too.
Yeah.
And the biggest stakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Big stakes. Like we said, I think that's going to do it for round 5 here, but we're going to have the other guys come in. They're going to be doing round 6. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Lorcana.
guys. We are here, round 5, and I'm sitting here with Mo, who just went 2-0 against a Ruby Sapphire deck, and that game 2 was a nail biter. Tell me a little bit about what you were thinking there when that Be Prepared came down.
You're telling me. To be honest with you, I was more scared of the Sharks than anything because I knew he would just be able to combo me out of the game if they stayed on the board. So I just had to find a way to force the prep. And luckily, I had some help from my friend Go-Go.
Go-Go,
That was
yes,
nice.
yes. Yeah, Go-Go came down, you quested, and you were sitting at 19. And then that Pirate's Life, those Sharks are a menace for sure. But you pulled it out here. Now, Emerald Amethyst is a deck that you have played before. It took you to top 8 in Vegas. But you strayed a little bit from Emerald Amethyst, you were telling me.
It was hard to play it in the green steel meta. So for Seattle, I played green steel with Clarabelle over Prince John. So I was like, it's honest green steel. I'm not discarding anyone.
Yes.
But yeah, it didn't quite get me there, but that's okay.
But then your heart came back to Emerald Amethyst. And how do you feel that's been working for you today?
Have you read the card Go-Go Tamago?
Yes.
I saw that and I'm like, this is the best card in the game. It might be a little overhyped, but I'm like, it just reignited the fire in me, and that's all I've been playing all set. I'll practice other decks so I know how they function, but that's all I've been playing.
Yeah, well, it's doing really well for you today. 27 points so far. Congrats. And I know that you are also a huge Disney fan, and you were here with your family in the parks, and you had a little bit of a special moment. I was wondering if you could share about that.
So my baby girl, Phaedra, she turned 2 on Thursday this week. And she's been a big Mickey fan. Oddly enough, her aunt got her into it when we were at DLC Vegas. We come back, she's a great Mickey fan, and I had that golden Mickey for her, so I'm like, you're not going to believe this kid. But we went to the parks, and she got to meet Mickey Mouse, and she gave him a hug, and there wasn't a single tear shed. I am just such a proud dad. She's 2 and already killing it.
I love it. I love that so much. It's just this game and Disney, it's so wonderful being here for the championships. And how are you feeling about the rest of the weekend?
I can't say I'm not nervous. There's a lot on the line. There's still plenty of rounds to be played, but this is a great start. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like I'm supposed to be here. And I really just want to show out. I want to show out for the deck. I want to show out for my baby girl out watching, my fiance, everyone who's helped me practice, all my friends.
Yes.
I want to do well. I want to do well.
Well, I hope you do well. Thanks so much for chatting with me, Mo.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the North American Championship, of Disney Lorcana. I love to hear stories like that from the community, you know, ones that are really endearing. It's really awesome to see how the community comes together for this game, the love for Disney, the love for this game. I love to see it.
Yeah, great interview. Mo's quite the character. It's pretty funny. I was giggling the whole time back behind on the behind the scenes here. But yeah, we got an interesting match to get into. Looks like it's going to be a Ruby Sapphire versus a Sapphire Amethyst, which is an interesting matchup. What do you think about Sapphire Amethyst and its position in this metagame? I know that it's the idea behind it is that it does amethyst things better than amethyst decks, right? You know, you're playing Genie early, you're ramping. But how does it face into the hyper control deck of the format and the most popular deck?
So I might get in trouble for saying this because I am not an Amethyst Sapphire fan personally. I find Amethyst Sapphire fans are diehard. You know, they all like to play the deck pretty exclusively. They all think it's the best deck in the format, pretty much every format. I think, you know, I don't know that that we can really say that yet, but I do think in a matchup like this one against a super control deck, it might struggle a little bit, to be honest. It has access to some removal cards, usually new cards like Hades from the first chapter, and cards like Let It Go to put things into your inkwell, but against a Ruby Sapphire player, like, that's not really a good thing to be putting cards into their ink, because that's something that they already want to do. The fortunate thing that Amethyst Sapphire can do is that, like you mentioned, they can ramp pretty quickly into those Amethyst cards and some of those more aggressive cards. So you can ramp pretty quickly, and like Scrooge McDuck is a card that we've seen people play in these Blurple lists as well. That's just like a huge 5/5 character with 2 lore on it. So if you can get some early pressure down with Blurple, I feel like you can maybe squeak out a win against Ruby Sapphire, but Ruby Sapphire is just, you know, it's a menace when it comes to controlling the game, especially if you can't end the game quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle for sure. I mean, Ruby having access to Be Prepared is going to be critical in that matchup. Without further ado, let's get down to our feature match and check it out.
And one thing that I want to note before we get into this feature match, for everybody watching at home, we do have a special announcement coming at the end of this round. So you'll have to stick it out for this round before we get there, but don't go anywhere. Tell your friends about it because it's going to be super fun. But with that being said, we are going to look at TNU and Joseph here going through their alterations of their hand. Looks like TNU might be putting back 4 cards.
Does have access to the turn 2 ramp, which I was able to see. Sending 4 back, 4 fresh ones off the top. Like the same for Joseph here.
Yeah, I imagine both of these players playing Sapphire means they're each looking for that turn 2 ramp, either through Tipo or through Sail the Azurite Sea. Both could be looking for something like a turn 4 Hiram play. You know, I feel like whoever gets Hiram down first and can keep it in play is probably the advantaged one, but Ruby Sapphire having access to cards like Brawl and Sisu, it's probably a little bit easier for them to keep something like Hiram in play than it would be for Joseph here.
Definitely, but Amethyst also having access to other forms of card draw to potentially find it, more easily in that early game. So yeah, I would say it's a bit of back and forth. I'd probably rather be on the side of that has the Brawl and can actually answer it than my opponent maybe going crazy. TNU here could be on a mono Sapphire deck looking at the opening hand here.
Yeah, not really a great thing to not see any Ruby in your hand, primarily because, when you combine ink colors in Lorcana, they both usually serve a purpose, right? Like Sapphire's the ink that you're using to ramp, and for card draw, Ruby's the ink that you're using to keep control of the board. So without some of those early board control cards like Brawl, like Sisu even potentially, that you could come up with an ice block to potentially take out something like a Genie that Joseph may be looking to ramp into, could be interesting, but TNU does have the Popsicle that you can play on turn 1 and the turn 2 ramp, but we're starting with Joseph here, inking a card and playing a Magic Broom Illuminary Keeper.
Yeah, and this deck is, this Amethyst Sapphire deck is going to have a bit more of an aggressive early curve than Ruby Sapphire. These decks don't really exist at that early curve range for too long because they are hyper ramp decks. But something to note as we potentially play Genie on 3 here.
Yeah, we do have the Genie and the turn 2 ramp with a card like Tipo in hand. One thing that I mentioned earlier, both these players looking for Hiram. I don't think Joseph may not even be playing Hiram. When you have all of these Amethyst cards like Rabbit and Genie at your disposal, you're probably less dependent on something like Hiram Popsicle. So probably more looking for those Genie lines instead of the Hiram lines to ramp into early. We do see the Elsa 5th Spirit being inked.
Yeah, so we do see that TNU has the answer to the Genie in the form of the Brawl as well, which I assume will be the target. But that is probably... Do you think that Genie on 3 is the most powerful thing that Sapphire Amethyst does?
Probably, if I'm being honest. Genie is such a powerhouse. If you can get Genie out on 3, one of the things that makes Blurple such a strong deck, especially in a format that before this weekend, honestly, has been so heavy leaning towards Amethyst, is that you can always guarantee you're the first person to play Genie, right? It doesn't matter if you're on the play or on the draw. If you can hit that turn 2 ramp, you're playing the Genie first. And in Amethyst mirror matches, whoever keeps the Genies out, is usually the one that ends up winning. So I think it can be a super powerful turn 3 turn. I also think things like Scrooge McDuck are pretty powerful, but I've seen Blurple players play and not play that card for various reasons. It can be a little bit slow.
The Sapphire Amethyst usually have access to item destruction in the deck list because we do see 1 Lucky Dime in the hand of TNU here, which at least traditionally in the past, obviously depends on the makeups of the deck and what tech cards exist, but in the Ruby Sapphire mirror, getting that done early has previously been somewhat impactful. So I could see that being a similar case here.
Yeah, Shimmering Skies really changed the way that Sapphire decks have to play into each other, right? Because of cards like Hideaway and Cusco. That I don't know how much they're played in Blurple, to be transparent with you, but they are options. If Joseph thought that the Ruby Sapphire matchup would be difficult for them for Lucky Dimes, you could always tech a couple Hideaways into the deck for that specifically. And we've already seen this weekend, how impactful something like using a Hideaway on a Lucky Dime, putting it into the Inkwell could be.
3 Popsicles is really scary in and of itself. I feel like already, if I'm on the side of Joseph, I feel like I need to sort of press the advantage and be the aggressor here. My opponent already has access to so much potential card draw on board.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be especially difficult for Joseph to really get much going because the fact that TNU is playing Ruby, right? We see the Brawl being played on the Genie, taking out what's arguably one of the more powerful cards in Joseph's deck. It's one of the most powerful cards in Amethyst, period. And when you're able to answer that card so easily through your 3-cost action, you're not developing a character, but Ruby Sapphire is sacrificing their board control in most early games so that they can take over in the late game.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you actually look back a couple sets ago, Ruby Amethyst used to play a 3-cost evasive character, the Quest for 2, that was very, very good against Ruby Sapphire. And that's effectively the kind of role that Genie's filling in this match. That being said, with the addition of some of the new cards that enter the game in the form of Brawl and the Sisu package, we now have an answer to that, so it's not nearly as scary as it used to be.
Speaking of things that are pretty scary, you mentioned the 3 popsicles that are in play. We're a couple turns out from it, but that is 2 Tamatoas that we see TNU's hand. A card that I think would be a bit difficult for Joseph to get rid of. Most of the removal in Amethyst is primarily through exerting characters, and then like Crab and Fox is usually what people use to challenge and banish things. Of course, you have access to cards like Hades and Let It Go, put things in the inkwell as well, but I feel like if too many of those Tamatoas make it onto the board later in the game, it's going to be difficult for Joseph to deal with.
So not only is that 2 Tamatoas, but it's 2 Tamatoas in hand within How Far I'll Go, which is going to help him ramp to that. So, like you said, I mean, that's going to be very scary for Joseph to face down. That being said, TNU does have 3 uninkables in hand, so I wouldn't be surprised to see one of those Tamatoas inked. Merlin Rabbit here on the play for Joseph. Does find a Tipo straight into the inkwell. I'm going to say Diablo.
There is a Hades in hand as well for Joseph, so if one of those Tamatoas goes into the inkwell and another one goes into play, we can use the Hades to put the other one into the inkwell as well, joining his friend in there.
I was expecting you to have a pun for that one.
Another thing to note here, I'm noticing Joseph has built a very wide board here with the Diablo, Tipo, Goat, and Rabbit, which is usually pretty good, you know, if you're trying to be a little aggressive. Obviously a little less good against Ruby when they get up to that 7 and 8 ink mark where you can play cards like Be Prepared and Sisu. On the contrary, though, if TNU is able to build up a wide board, sort of and control this, Blurple doesn't have anything to deal with wide boards. So I think it's just a matter of time for TNU to basically just take control of the board if he can, build up a wide enough board with a couple threats to keep Joseph from being able to take care of everything, and then it's going to be very difficult for Joseph.
I think we're going to see one of those Tamatoas inked here, but I wouldn't shed a tear if I was TNU because I think I saw some of the best cards in his deck come off in the past 3. That sequence was crazy.
Yeah, we're inking the Tamatoa so that we can play the Hiram, banish Popsicle, and draw 2 cards.
Double Felicia, 1 cost, 3/1 with Reckless.
And we see that Maui Half Shark. We've seen it do tons of work today in this day 1 of the NA Championship.
Close to that Tamatoa range soon. We do know that Joseph has the answer, but Tamatoa in combination with the Hiram is going to be a lot to deal with.
Going to see the Elsa, the 5th Spirit, being played, exerting the Hiram here so that we can challenge it and banish it. With so many Popsicles in play, Hiram could have a feast, draw bunches and bunches of cards.
Yeah, that is definitely a timely Elsa.
I think Joseph figuring out how he wants to clean up this board. But
So if you're on the side of TNDU, what are you really looking for outside of what you already have in your hand? Assuming that Joseph's able to deal with it, gets rid of the Hiram, is able to play the Hades off the back, and remove the Tamatoa. You looking for something like a board wipe, like a Be Prepared, just to kind of have in your back pocket in case this gets out of range? Because right now it feels like TNU is significantly ahead on card advantage, also has the tools in the form of the 3 popsicles sitting on board to kind of keep pulling ahead in the form of just drawing more cards than the opponent. On the other side, we see Joseph with which I believe is a McDuck Manor and a Hades.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. I think TNU is just wanting to find cards to help him keep board advantage once he finds it. You know, something like a Sisu would be pretty detrimental here. It would take out pretty much everything except for the Goat, and historically, a lot of the Amethyst cards, especially the ones being played now, have lower willpower. The more impactful cards like Rabbit Genie, only having 2 strength, and then, some of the 1-drops like Churnabox Followers, Diablo, Broom, all of those would be banished by the big Sisu as well. So it would make for an effective board wipe without you really having to worry about banishing your own characters through something like a Be Prepared. But we do see the Maui Half Shark being played. We're also going to use Sail the Azurite Sea. It's going to draw a card. We can ink an extra card this turn. We will also gain a lore because that's an action that's played. And Maui Half Shark gains a lore for every action.
Wouldn't be surprised if we actually see the Hades used on this this Maui.
Could be playing, I mean, that could be a very intentional thing from TNU, right? Playing out the Maui, knowing that maybe this isn't a card that we necessarily have to win the game. And if Joseph has something like a Hades or a way to remove it, we can sort of bait that removal out with this Half Shark and then play a Tamatoa afterwards.
Yeah, so Joseph is significantly ahead on tempo right now in the game. That being said, I do think that TNU is setting up to have a much better card quality in the next few turns, but still needs to stop Joseph from sort of pressuring this lead and pulling ahead in this match in terms of getting too much lore, because as playing Amethyst does have access to things like Goat to help close out the game.
I feel like with most Ruby Sapphire matchups, you know, one of the things if you're a Ruby Sapphire player, one of the things you have to learn when playing the deck is how far can you let your opponent go, right? Like how close to 20 can they get before you're a little bit uncomfortable, because you have to sacrifice usually part of the early to mid game just to build up your board, set up the cards, especially build up your inkwell so that you can play those more expensive cards like Sisu, Be Prepared, etc. So you can take back over into the late game with cards like Tamatoa and Lucky Dime. It's a real balance act, especially against Amethyst for the reasons you mentioned. You can't let them get too close, otherwise they might steal the game away.
Yeah, for sure. If Joseph didn't have nearly as much tempo as he does, that Tamatoa plus Lucky Dime plus 3 popsicles on board would be very menacing. But I think that TNU needs to find a way to get control of this board. You know, can dig a little bit deeper into the deck with how far I'll go. It feels like he sort of needs to start to find an answer. I know it doesn't look too dangerous at 7 lore, but that can change quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Joseph has 3, 4, 5 lore on board effectively. The Goat sort of counting as an extra lore on top of that because it'll gain a lore when it's either brought back to hand or banished. You don't really want to leave a Goat out for too long, because if they can find bounce cards like Snake or Fox, then they can take that damage off, bouncing it back to hand, replay it, gain even more lore. You definitely can't let Joseph go on for too long in this state.
Yeah, TNU does, unfortunately for Joseph, finds another hero and is going to be able to draw 2 cards off that popsicle. Finds an Ice Block and a Tipo.
Not exactly what you want to find. The Ice Block might be a little helpful in getting this Sisu Daring Visitor out of hand. The evasive 3-drop can banish something with 1 strength. We are going to go ahead and play that on the Diablo. Banishing that, Joseph will draw a card when Diablo is banished, and it'll pass on over to Joseph. Oh, wow.
Finders Keepers.
Finders Keepers, a card I haven't seen for a little bit. It was a card that was tagged in mainly Ruby Amethyst when...
Yeah, that was the whispers as you entered the Seattle venue. It was like, there's this card.
There's this card that saves the matchup against Emerald Steel, but we see it here in Blurple. When we play it, we can just draw 3 cards. Of course, it's not a song, so you do have to pay the 5 ink for it every time, but building your hand back up substantially is definitely a good thing. We see another Hades found there for Joseph, another Friends on the other side, and a Snake.
Hades is actually a big draw, considering the Tamatoa is most likely coming down in the next 1 to 2 turns here for TNU.
Yeah, Hades could definitely help keep the tempo for TNU here. Also with the Friends, we could potentially, we're singing the Friends here with Elsa. We can use the Snake if we wanted to bounce this Goat back to hand, sort of keeping it safe.
I think this is going to be a really solid McDuck Manor.
Oh, there we go. McDuck Manor. That's going to be difficult to deal with for TNU here. Only Hiram and Sisu on the board, both with 1 strength.
I think that TNU has some of the best cards in the game in his hands and on board right now, and is probably behind.
Yeah, it's weird to see a Hiram and 2 popsicles on board.
I mean, that's just what Blurple can do. It's just, it can gain so much tempo, and you can have these super impactful cards, super swinging cards, and you can have a million more cards in hand than your opponent, but you just need to deploy on the board and stop them from being able to close this game out. And McDuck Manor is hard to deal with for Ruby Sapphire.
TNU does find a Vitalosphere, though, which might be what we need here. Looks like we might have just enough ink to play this Vitalosphere and the Tamatoa. We can play the Tamatoa. Or no, we may not be able to banish the Vitalosphere as well to actually use it. You have to pay 1 ink to banish it. But we can give a character rush and +2 strength, so that could be really helpful in getting rid of this McDuck Manor.
And TNU's going to need answers for some of the other cards that are in Joseph's hands, notably the Genie that's pushed to the front there. There is the Lucky Dime.
Go ahead and ink the tempo. Is the Pirate's Life coming out? It is. We're going to play the Pirate's Life. Slowing Joseph down a little bit, losing 2 lore. TNU gains 2 lore.
Yeah, do you think we're going to see that Vitalosphere play come in next turn to deal with that McDuck Manor? Really can't just let it tick up over and over again.
No, I mean, this is where locations tend to shine, right? When you have other characters on board that might be more threatening, you don't want to let Joseph, say, bounce this Hades back to hand for some of your larger cards that you want to play, like Tamatoa. You really have to weigh, how important is it for me to banish this McDuck Manor versus all the other characters in play?
Joseph does have a crab in hand. Can definitely deal with this Hiram.
Looks like Joseph is challenging with both the Goat and the Elsa here to take out that Hiram Flaversham. Gonna quest with the Hades before we do anything for the turn. Joseph very quickly moving closer to 20 as well with every passing turn.
Send that Goat back. Huh.
Gaining another lore. Setting 5 ink aside for
Is it an Elsa?
Elsa. Maybe, is there a Donald in hand? One that lets you take a card off the top of your deck, put it into your inkwell. Having difficult seeing what Joseph is considering playing here. I mean, theoretically, you could play the Elsa, exert the Sisu and challenge into it, but
I do think that is maybe a Donald, but it looks like it's going to be the Elsa anyway. Going to go ahead and rid of it. Interesting dynamic of juggling, sort of, being the beatdown, progressing the win condition of lore, and taking control of the board. Bouncing that Goat back does kind of signal like, okay, Joseph's going to be trying to close out this game sooner rather than later.
yeah, and I mean, he's very close to it too. 5 lore on board from characters, another 2 from the location. We're already at a point where I think he'll have win on the next turn.
We're going to see that Tamatoa. It's going to bring back Popsicle. Vitalosphere is available in hand.
And the Popsicle draw, we find a vision to the future.
Vitalosphere on the Tamatoa is not enough to so.
Not enough to take out the Manor. We can take out the Hades this turn.
Manor is extremely threatening, though, considering that the Goat was bounced back to hand. So that Goat coming back to hand, obviously we're going to be probably bouncing it to win the game, but it also insulates it against something like a Be Prepared. So we're definitely going to get additional use cases out of it.
Looks like we are going to use this Vitalosphere to give Tamatoa a rush and an extra 2 strength so that we can challenge and banish this Hades, ensuring that Joseph can't bounce the Hades back to hand and replay it to put this Tamatoa in the inkwell, though we know there's another Hades in Joseph's hand waiting. Also going to use the Lucky Dime to gain 5 lore off the Tamatoa.
Yeah, so TNU's win condition sort of looks like control Joseph's board as much as possible, minimize lore gain, and progress the Ruby Sapphire win condition via this Lucky Dime.
Passes over to Joseph. We're going to gain 2 lore for that McDuck Manor. It's been ticking away for a couple turns now.
Up to 15, can quest for 3, goes up to 18, has Goat in hand.
We have a bounce. I think we have a snake in hand as well.
And I can tell by the way that Joseph is
exerting all the ink for it. See the Hades putting the Tamatoa into the inkwell. See the Goat being played.
So this is there's nothing you can do on the Ruby Sapphire end here.
No, TNU would need to gain 16 lore in the next turn.
And interesting to see Sapphire and Amethyst kind of take it here, because we look at Ruby Sapphire and I think a lot of people would immediately jump to the conclusion that it's maybe the better control deck, but Joseph had just had so much tempo in that game.
Yeah, I mean, the tempo between, like, being able to keep cards in hand, right, through the cards that replace themselves, like the early Diablos, even with the Genies. I mentioned earlier in the match how you play the Genie, it immediately gets sprawled, right? That's not the worst thing for Ruby Sapphire, but at least for the Blurful player, you drew the card, right? It already replaced itself. It did its thing. At that point, you're sort of forcing your opponent to answer a card that's a threat there. The Hades were coming in clutch, getting rid of the threatening characters like Maui Half Shark that, if it had stuck around, may have caused issues as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a funny thing to say, but I do think that if the win condition or the win condition of Lorcana was 30 lore, I think TNU would have won that game. But because it is 20 and the game is balancing, like that just shows how much tempo Joseph had. Like TNU had the best cards in the game. Like he had an incredible setup. He had Lucky Dime, he had Tamatoa, he had a million items, but he just could not catch up and keep Joseph contained before Joseph hit 20 lore and won the game.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see how TNU adapts to this. Let's move on into game 2.
I listened to multiple Lorcana players in lead up to this tournament, and I heard from multiple people that this Sapphire Amethyst deck, not a real deck.
That's what I was saying. The consensus across the community is pretty divided. There's some people that think that Blurple isn't a real deck. There's some people that think it is the deck of the format.
To be fair, I don't think it's very divided. I think it's 90-10, 90 against
Yeah,
Purple.
I guess you're fair. I say very divided in the sense that the people who think it's a real deck are very loud about it.
AKA Blurple players.
But I mean, hey, Joseph is giving us a show here, already taking game 1. We'll see if he can take game 2. We do see the Seal of the Azurite Sea in hand. I also see an Elsa Spirit of Winter in hand. That's, of course, going to go back. It's an unequal 8-cost card, but an interesting thing to know that Joseph is holding on to, being able to shift onto that Elsa the 5th Spirit, exerting 2 characters and keeping them exerted for a turn can lock down your opponent just long enough for you to take the game.
I mean, if we could just speak theoretically and sort of accept some assumptions, which are probably not true, but let's say that your Sapphire Amethyst deck does do the Amethyst thing better than other Amethyst decks. I mean, you're covered against a significant portion of the meta, 3, 4, and 5. And then if you can split or occasionally 2-0 into the 32% deck, which is Ruby Sapphire, it's not that poorly positioned.
No. I think the thing that I would be most scared of as a Blurple player would be more aggression, more cards like Amber Steel Mines that can come out, throw 1 or 2 daisies out on board, and you just don't have the characters available to you that early in the game to deal with them before they outpace you. But it seems like the meta share is leaning so heavily towards control with all the Ruby Sapphire, being roughly 32% of the day. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Blurples making it into day 2.
Yeah, notably, this is Joseph on the play, so Joseph won on the draw, and I would say that I feel like TNU's draw sequence last game was pretty good. It wasn't sort of below average by any means. A very strong showing for Sapphire Amethyst here. Leading on the Turner Box followers, back over to TNU, which does have the turn 2 ramp.
Yeah. Inks a Seal the Azurite Sea, plays Seal the Azurite Sea, but doesn't have a 1-drop to follow it. Still important to get the ramp, though. We'll see if...
That's 2 brawls for that potential turn 3 Genie.
I feel like Genie is a must answer as well. Just too good. An evasive character replaces itself. Quest for 2. Can't leave it on board for very long. Joseph does also have the turn 2 ramp through Tipo. He can take another card from his hand and ink it. It'll come in exerted. Doesn't have to be inkable either. Going to decide to quest with his Turner Box followers. Not using its ability.
Yep, and I think that's absolutely correct. When the Turner Box followers is not threatened to be removed by another character on board, I can't imagine a situation, unless you have no inkables in hand, where it is not incorrect to banish. Because you're basically just giving up the opportunity cost of 1 more.
And it's plays like that that, prove why these players are here, right? Something as small as that might not be the decision that every person makes. Somebody might quest the Turnibogs and just use it for the extra card draw. But you're right. There's nothing to expect TNU to play to banish this Turnibogs outside of maybe like a Queen of Hearts. But even then, Queen of Hearts trades into the Turnibogs, so you're not even upset about that. But TNU did play Grimmatala last turn. Grab some cards. Joseph is going to follow up with a turn 3 Goat here.
It's a Goat. It's not a Genie. A Genie would be... Oh, it's funny because TNU has 2 brawls in hand, so maybe a Goat is better, but I think a Genie is the better sort of turn 3 curve in general.
Yeah, I think these higher strength characters are slightly better into these Ruby matchups for that reason. We talk about how powerful Genie is, even when he does get banished by something like a Brawl immediately, but it is really nice to have a character in play like Goat that you can play. You don't have to worry about a Brawl or a Medusa or a Sisu. You can trade with other characters if you need to with the Goat, potentially pump it up with a Crab, or you can bounce it back to hand and continue gaining that lore. We are going to go back to Joseph. I think we have a Donald Duck in hand that we could play here on 5 if we wanted. to add even more ramp to our deck. Just drew another goat.
I do think that TNU's draw this game is actually significantly worse than last game. The hand is looking pretty weak right now. Looks like we might have to actually Visions of the Future pretty soon here to try to find something to combo with that Hiram. I mean, if we don't do that, if we don't find an item for Hiram, it just feels like we're doing some very, very fair things on the side of TNU.
Joseph is going to play that Donald Duck, excuse me, taking a card off the top of the deck into the Inkwell. So Joseph having ramped an extra time over TNU this game. Put a Tipo in the Inkwell. Are we going to see the Maui Half Shark come to play? We are.
Just threatening in and of itself because we do have that action in the discard. Notably trading with the goat here, which I think is absolutely correct, but Joseph does have backup McDuck Manor in hand. Obviously, that is covered right now by the other Grammatala and the Maui Half Shark, but something to keep in mind as we progress maybe a few turns later, see if that McDuck Manor can be super impactful like it was last game.
I think Joseph also has access to one of those Hades again. We saw him use it last game on a Maui Half Shark, probably for those reasons. You know that as long as the Maui Half Shark is in play, your McDuck Banners are a lot worse.
I would absolutely I think use this because it's not just that. Just you also can't quest with anything else because there is a Sail to the Azure Sea in the discard, and it's just going to come back to hand. You cannot let that value be accrued.
We do see the Hades being played by Joseph, putting the Maui Half Shark into the Inkwell.
Fortunately, there's another one where that came from.
Can use hand.
This ice block is potentially not a bad draw. Stop the bounce Hades in combination with the Brawl.
Yep. Could use the ice block to reduce the strength of Hades so that we could use Brawl and banish it. Might be going that route.
I think we're going to see this turn probably. Oh, we're going to go ahead and Brawl it this turn. Yeah, that makes sense. While bounce Hades was not really in the cards for the next turn, I mean, you could still see the bounce.
Oh, no. Well, we're going to draw first. Draw first before we use the Brawl.
Makes sense.
Always important to resolve your unknowns before your knowns.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing that I've noticed more than anything coming to the North American Championship is that players are sequencing expertly. Like, I have not seen a single situation where I was like, oh, maybe they should have dropped. Nope, every single time. Like the level of play has just been so high so far on day one.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you have to get to this level, especially in a game like Lorcana, where you can be really punished for the small misplays like that. You know, you don't draw before. If you don't draw before you ink a card, and then you draw after and find a card that would have been better to ink, you're out on this card. Maybe you needed 3 turns from now, but don't have anymore. You know, have 2 McDuck Manors in hand for Joseph here.
Looking pretty good.
How much ink do we have? We're going to opt to play the Genie.
Turn the box followers off the top. I think those McDuck Manors are looking nice.
Yeah, I won't lie. I was tempted to just play both on one turn. 2 9 willpower locations with 2 lore. Might be difficult for TNU to get rid of. We are going to see one of them come into play here after inking a turn of box followers. We're going to pass it over to TNU. Not great draws for TMU here. Depot's not really going to be helpful at all.
I believe the last card in hand. So one of those is a Maui Half Shark, which is like the only kind of saving grace here.
We also have the Hideaway, though. We can play the Hideaway.
True. I forgot the Hideaway also hits locations.
Put the location of the Inkwell. We are going to go ahead and play this Maui Shark. Brawling the Genie.
TNU down to 1 card in hand as Ruby Sapphire. Hiram is still on the board, though.
Use Hiram to finish off this Donald.
All right. Both players down to 1, and I believe 3 cards in hand. Is that a Merlin? What's the
Merlin
left
Crab on the right?
It's a
I don't know
goat.
We are going to play this other McDuck Manor here.
Yep, with the goat.
Play out the goat.
Which is good tempo because, I mean, you're forcing both of these characters to run into the McDuck Manor, and it doesn't even clear it, which is crazy.
Yeah, we're 1 strength short with the Maui and Hiram here. We do have the Hideaway. If we can find a way to challenge and banish a character with the Maui Half Shark, we can get this hideaway back from the discard as well.
Grammatella was a
Reuse
really
it.
good draw. It's not the card you're looking for, but digging 2 more with 5 ink available, you're somewhat likely to find what you need. It's actually going to be a vision of the future, so we're going to be looking even deeper. Trigger on the Maui, they're going to go up a lore. Look at the top 5 cards here. Let's find the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, potentially. That's going to be what's going to hand.
Reorder the cards before we put them at the bottom of the deck, putting that Sisu Empowered Sibling at the very top.
Hideaway is just actually so clutch here.
Yes, it's insane. If you play the Hideaway, get rid of the McDuck Manor, you already don't want to give your opponent the ability to challenge with Mauis, but now you especially don't, knowing that you could bring the Hideaway back with the Maui.
This game was like probably over without the Hideaway. Because if you look at it, it gains. She's not clearing it, right? So he goes up to 14. He quests to 15. He's threatening 16 with the goat. Then he's definitely 18 the next turn. Like the game would have been over. Like he absolutely had to have the Hideaway there.
Yeah, and Maui Half Shark having evasive means we can still even just challenge this McDuck Manor. It won't banish it this turn, but it does set us up to banish it on the next turn.
Now the onus is on Joseph to draw himself out of this situation. I think his deck is much less likely to do it. He's got to find like friends on the other side, some sort of draw engine here. And it's going to be an Elsa. I mean, Elsa.
We can, if we still have Crab in hand, we can use Elsa and Crab to banish this Maui Shark, Half Shark. Play the Elsa, exerting the Hiram.
You gotta go for the shark. And then, just clear the Hiram here. So I think that that was a, it wasn't as exciting at first, but that was a great draw. That was a great draw. We see 2 almost hyper control decks just in absolute top deck mode.
TNU is going to be forced to challenge and banish this McDuck Manor as well with the Grammatala so that he doesn't continue gaining that 2 lore.
Yeah, the Monstrous Dragon in hand.
Banishing that goat.
I do believe that's maybe how far ago that was drawn off the top this turn here for TNU. It could be Vision of the Future, I do believe. Which is great.
Great, yeah, phenomenal card.
And maybe a Snake. So Snake off the top. Oof. Snake is not great here. I think you still got to play it to protect your Crab.
Yeah, here we go. Questing with the Crab. Replaying it to have characters on board. I think Joseph is just trying to get as close to 20 as he can and close this game out fast.
I'm hoping to close it out with some goats, but how far ago does come off the top. Willed it into existence.
Start with the Visions of the Future here. See what we can find. What are we looking for in a situation like this? Is that 3 popsicles? 3 popsicles, a Lucky Dime, and Maleficent Monstrous Dragon.
I feel like I'm taking the dragon. Just 2 for 1, quest for 2, 7/5 on board.
Stops your opponent from being able to quest with anything they play.
Do you have enough ink this turn?
I don't think we have this turn. We're gonna play with the Hideaway.
How far I'll go?
Oh, sorry, yes. How far I'll go.
Tamatoa. So good.
Sail the Azurite Sea, going into the Inkwell. Tamatoa can help us if we have any popsicles in the discard, but we just threw 3 popsicles to the bottom of the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna go back to Joseph.
Joseph just can't deal with the Tamatoa. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Genie and Diablo here. Joseph just playing out his cards, forcing TNU to respond and have the answers.
My immediate thought is that Joseph just quests here. It looks like Joseph is considering the trade or considering a line.
I mean, you could challenge into the Tala, give the snake extra, or challenger +3, and then challenge into the dragon.
But it's just like, what is your role? How are you winning the game?
Right. I feel like Joseph has to close this game out soon.
Does he? So he's like, okay, Tianyu has 2 cards in hand, but they're 2 cards that were found via filtering, so they're probably higher quality cards.
Right.
Like, I think that I would assume that Joseph has to close the game out, but if you looked at it card for card, hand for hand, I don't think it's crystal clear, right?
I'm more afraid, if I'm Joseph, I think I'm more afraid of TNU finding some
Hit the Maui.
form of draw engine. Because as soon as TNU can start to fill his hand, I think it's over for Joseph. We do see the Maleficent banishing the Genie here.
Still a tight game.
TNU controlling the board.
Merlin targets the Diablo. It's a must trigger.
The Felicia coming into play.
Yep. That is, well, funny enough, it's actually not that bad.
I didn't even catch what it was,
It's a
I'll be
snake.
honest. Okay, yeah,
So
not
your
too
initial
bad.
reaction's like, oh, it's so bad, but you're going to quest with the Diablo, you're going to bounce it back, and then you're going to play it with the snake so that it can't be challenged.
Yeah, that puts you up to 17.
Which will, you're likely threatening 19.
This is so close. If TNU doesn't have a way to get rid of both these characters and Joseph pulls something like a goat off the top, he could take this game away. Wouldn't be the first time.
Is there an item for Tamatoa to grab here?
It's hard for me to see. I don't think there's a popsicle that's in there.
Ah, there's an ice block.
Ice block.
Better than nothing.
Not going to help us get rid of these characters in play, though.
Imagine how different this game would be if Joseph had traded instead of quested there.
All right, we have the Tipo played. Let's see what Joseph takes off the top here.
Joseph doesn't even have to win this turn, though.
You find a magic broom.
Right, so we have 5, 7.
Yeah, TNU can't win this turn.
Yeah, so
Well, I guess you could quest and bring back the lucky. Is there a lucky dime in the discard? There might not be, actually.
I don't think so.
Oh no, I don't know where I got that from. There isn't one. Yeah, I don't think TNU can win on the next turn outside of something like a lucky dime.
I mean, he could. But we know he put 3 popsicles to the bottom.
Right.
It's just unlikely. Right?
Yeah. He could draw another popsicle and play the ice block popsicle. Then he would
Yeah.
have enough.
Popsicle into an item. So
I guess Joseph doesn't know that. So
Joseph's like, oh, it's pretty likely.
yeah. There's still other outs too, right? Like if Joseph plays this broom and just doesn't quest, hopes that everything survives. I guess there's really no. Is there a point to just not quest with both of these characters?
I think so.
Just quest, hope the broom survives. There's a lot of outs to that, though.
So, like, maybe Joseph's doing the math on you playing a popsicle and winning on the following turn. So he's like, okay, if I trade into this Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, I take him off of, like, any chance of winning the game, and we extend the game guaranteed 2 more turns or something like that.
Yeah, how important is getting rid of that 2 lore from the dragon?
I think that, well, we have full information. So,
Yeah.
I think they should risk it. I mean, just go for win. He's already turned the corner. He's already made that decision. Like he is the beatdown here.
It's like you said earlier, as I alluded to, as the
There we
game
go.
goes on, I think TNU's favored in the matchup.
So Joseph's
In
also
general.
gonna draw another card off of Diablo. So Kenny
Yeah.
doesn't win this turn. Joseph draws 2 cards, 1 for turn, 1 off Diablo.
Hiram, I mean, we can draw some cards off of with Ice Block here.
We're gonna spend 5 ink to do that.
We also could find a Pirate's Life. Pirate's Life wouldn't be the worst.
That would be huge.
Yeah, that'd be pretty great.
that would definitely not be the worst.
Gonna go ahead and use the Ice Block before we banish it with Hiram. Drawing 2 cards. Let's see if TNU finds something to help him.
Wow, this is an absolute nail biter.
Oh,
Vitalosphere.
Vitalosphere and Maui. Not gonna help us in this scenario, really. We can play the Maui and banish a card instead of using one of our characters we can quest with, but
So 5 plus, it's just not
I
gonna.
think
It's not
Joseph
gonna be
just
enough.
has it. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's the fist bump. Joseph is gonna take game 2.
yeah. 2 O's Ruby Sapphire on Sapphire Amethyst, and I think like very very close games. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like Joseph's strategy was sound, and the games were convincing in the sense that they weren't a landslide. But I feel like Joseph absolutely knew what he was doing, and that Sapphire Amethyst had legs against Ruby Sapphire, our most represented deck in the room. So, I mean, you can't say that Sapphire Amethyst is not a real deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's if definitely Joseph showed up for all the Blurple players out there. It's definitely a real deck. I wouldn't have predicted that outcome. I'm not gonna lie. I definitely thought Ruby Sapphire would have been the more favored deck in that scenario. But we just saw the value that Amethyst can churn, being able to keep your hand kind of full, even when you're down a little bit. I think those McDuck Manors were huge coming into play, even though TNU was able to get rid of some of them through cards like Hideaway and the Mauis. It just forced TNU to put focus on those cards, sort of distract a little bit. And like the 1 or the 2 or 4 lore gained off of those McDuck Manors, is just enough to sort of push them to that break point.
Yeah, McDuck Manor, super powerful card against Ruby Sapphire, has been for a while. I mean, the flexibility of Hideaway hitting both items and locations is tough to deal with, and I think that's why we've seen, versions of Ruby Sapphire shift away from playing things like McDuck Banner, from playing things like Lucky Dime when not absolutely necessary, because the tech cards are so powerful now.
Yeah, I totally agree. But with that, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back for another match, so don't go anywhere.
Sitting here with Joseph, who just won his match 2-0 against a Ruby Sapphire deck, playing a blurple deck, as the community loves to call it. Sapphire Amethyst, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling I'm feeling great, but also just so exhausted.
Sure.
That was such a nail biter at the end, just praying that there was no answer, and I got there just barely.
You did. Yeah, I was watching the game back here, and your opponent had a full board, those Maleficents coming down, the big dragon, and you top decked a magic broom.
What you want to see at the end
Tell
there.
me how you were feeling in that moment.
I was kind of a little bit, I guess, cheesed. It was you're looking for gas off the top, and my last 3 gods were Snake, Diablo, and Broom. But sometimes the little guys just questing, chugging along can get you there.
Yeah. Now, you were telling me that you qualified for the championships. At the last chance qualifier yesterday, you had to go 5-0. How are you feeling coming off of that day yesterday and then coming into the championships today?
I'm just shocked. I never imagined that I could make this deep a run. I playing amongst the very best of the best, winning that many in a row in such a talented field, and it's just amazing. I'm just living Disney magic.
You are. You really are. Disney magic here at the Disneyland Resort. And you have one more round to play, though. You're sitting at, I think you said 31 points. How do you feel going into round 7?
Nervous. I can't help but not feel nervous going into any round in this tournament. But, I'll just try to center myself with what time I've got and play my hardest and see what happens.
Well, I hope that there's more Disney magic ahead for you and that you do well in round 7. Thanks so much for chatting with me, Joseph.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. My name is Brandon. I'm here with Brendan, and we're still in round 6. We have some interesting stuff coming up. We have another match for you guys. I want to remind you that there is a special announcement coming at the end of this round, so one more reminder for that. Go tell all your friends and family to tune in so that you can see the exciting things we have coming. But with that, I'm excited for this next match, Brendan.
Let's head down to the feature match table. Looks like it's going to be a Ruby Sapphire versus Emerald Amethyst. I almost put those together.
Emerald this.
Emerald.
Yeah, an interesting matchup here between Mo and Hamza. We've seen Mo earlier in the day playing Emerald Amethyst as well. Typically, a deck that can play pretty quickly. I know that he was playing cards like Go-Go Tamago that ended up, I think it was that match that did pretty well, ended up gaining 4 lore off of a Maui Half Shark or something when it entered play. And so we see this same matchup here where Hamza playing Ruby Sapphire. We've seen plenty of Ruby Sapphire this weekend, but in case you've missed all of that, you know, a more control version of a deck, looking to ramp on turn 2, playing towards the late game. But
yeah, we see Mo's up a game. I think this is a matchup that can be traditionally pretty tough for Ruby Sapphire. I mean, obviously depends how the Emerald Amethyst deck is built, but if it has a lot of those, you know, cheap, more aggressive cards, I mean, it is a hard matchup. Generally, Ruby Sapphire does struggle towards most hyper aggressive or more aggressively oriented decks, but things like the Cursed Merfolk, they've been hard to deal with since they came out, and they still are today.
yeah, all the Cursed Merfolk and even just the normal Amethyst 1-drops, anything that has 2 lore on it, essentially, that you can get away with questing for the first couple turns with Ruby Sapphire, because I mean, Ruby Sapphire typically doesn't ever play a 1-cost character, usually looking for cards like Popsicle, and then on turn 2, if you are playing a character, it's usually a card like Tipo that only has 1 strength, so you know, maybe you can banish something like a Diablo or a Cursed Merfolk, but if Mo's able to find something like a 1-drop on turn 1, double 1-drop on turn 2, even if he's on the draw, can be too much pressure for something like Ruby Sapphire to come back from.
It does look like Mo's going to be on the play, so that means that
I think
Oh.
Hamza just missed a 1-drop.
Got it. I didn't see him put that card down. I thought he was still altering his hand. So that is in the favor of Ruby Sapphire. You know, maybe lost on the draw versus a more aggressive oriented deck, but now on the play, I mean, Ruby Sapphire is so much more powerful on the play against these more aggressive oriented strategies, because I mean, you're getting to your answers like a whole turn earlier, and it can be incredibly impactful.
And we do see Hamza does find that turn 2 ramp. See how he has right C, lets him ink an extra card for the turn. Now he's up at 3 ink. We come back to Mo. We do see he has multiple 1-drops in hand. We're going to go ahead and ink the Chernobog's followers, and we're going to play out that Cursed Merfolk and a Diablo, choosing not to banish the Magic Broom here when we play characters.
Hamza has access to the Queen of Hearts, which is surely a tech card. It's definitely not made into every Ruby Sapphire list, but is probably going to be impactful in this matchup. Finds a Brawl at the top as well.
I think it's especially important for matchups like this, where you need to get characters out onto the board, banishing your opponent's characters. Hamza has the opportunity to play it here. We could rush into the Magic Broom, banishing it, and then the Queen of Hearts would still have, or would only take 1 damage, so we could use it to challenge and banish another card.
Yeah, so we could prevent the draw off the Broom and then maybe brawl on the next turn, or maybe we can brawl this turn.
We don't have many inkable cards in hand either. The only other inkable card looks like it might be a Hiram. It's definitely something you don't want to ink, so Hamza may be considering here, do we want to miss an ink on this turn and or ink the Brawl, I guess, and play the Queen of Hearts, or use the Brawl instead? It looks like we're going for the Queen of Heart play.
I mean, to be fair, I'm kind of happy to lose the Lucky Dime to the Cursed Merfolk here, if you do end up drawing it, which like Hamza has in hand. Not happy, but I mean,
it's not the worst thing. Like, if there's anything you're going to discard in your deck, I think Lucky Dime's one of the things you're not too upset to discard, just because you can get it back later with Tamatoa, right?
You're probably not slamming that as soon as you hit 7 ink.
Yeah. That's going to be quite a far ways off, but we are going to go back to Mo here, choosing to ink a Diablo. We have a Madam Fox we can play, picking up the Diablo, putting it back to hand. Fox is going to go ahead and banish this Queen of Hearts, so the Queen of Hearts can't banish this Cursed Merfolk. Just going to be gaining 2 lore every turn that it stays in play, essentially.
Going to go ahead and ink that Tamatoa, and assuming you're going to see how far I'll go come down.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hamza's only goal right now is to, as quickly as possible, get to 7 or 8 ink. We know he has the big Sisu in hand, can be used to get himself back into this game, but he needs to find a way to stabilize. That's going to be through something like a board wipe.
So next turn is going to be Huron plus a Queen of Hearts, most likely. Still, we're going to see Mo gain a decent amount of lore here.
Yeah, with nothing in play, Mo can pretty safely quest for 2 and or 3, excuse me, with the Metamin Fox. Take it back to Mo, draw for turn. We find a Pegasus, an evasive character we could play. We also have Goat in hand if we wanted to ink.
Yep. Also, I do believe have the Merlin Rabbit as well. Just want to get a little bit more card advantage or get
The
a
Genie also, that would be pretty good.
Forgot about the new rabbit.
Yeah, something interesting too, you know, if you're playing against specifically a Ruby, or Rubies across the table, you know, do you play the Rabbit or the Genie expecting a brawl to come down? Would you rather the Rabbit be banished or the Genie?
Well, it's an interesting question. Yeah. So we're also going into, but like Madame Medusa already has a target, kind of. Course, Merfolk. I mean, it's honestly a really interesting question. So I think we're gonna run into that Merfolk here. We're gonna discard a Tipo.
Tipo. Don't really need to be inking extra cards from our hand anymore. Already up to 7 ink at the end of this turn for Hamza. So next turn, if Mo overextends with characters less than 2 strength, we should have that Sisu that we can play.
That is gonna have the Lucky Dime. I know we were sort of talking that card down, but if it does hit the field, I mean, Mo's gotta do.
We gotta go fast. Is what he has to
gotta
do.
go. I was gonna say gotta do something about it, but he can't.
Gonna have to just race Hamza at that
Yeah.
point.
Which, I mean, that's congruent with Mo's sort of fundamental strategy here anyway.
Doesn't really change his game plan any, honestly. We are gonna see the Goat interplay. Mo's gonna gain a lore when it enters play. We'll find that Diablo being played as well. That was bounced back to the hand a little earlier. Mo just doing what Amethyst Emerald does, questing out, gaining extra lore, getting as close to 20 as he can.
So is he keeping the Genie back because of the ACOS Sisu?
I think so. I think we're predicting the Sisu to come down. Partially why we probably play the Diablo. You know, it's kind of a non-committal thing. If it survives on the next turn, you can quest with it. If it gets banished, you get to draw a card. You know, it just replaces itself. And of course, the Goat won't be banished if we see the Sisu come down, which we do here.
I mean, high-level play, we watched Mo sort of perfectly hedge against a ACOS Sisu coming down on curve here.
Yeah, I mean, both characters are banished, and then he just draws 2 cards. They just immediately replace themselves. So good for Hamza to at least get lore off of the board, but Mo's going to have plenty of gas in hand to follow this up. You see a Prince Philip being drawn as well, a card that you don't usually see in Amethyst Emerald, some that I've seen a little. I love this card, though. It's I think it's a 3-cost, 3/2 with Ward, though. Ward being the keyword there that is important, so it can't be targeted by anything.
That is exactly what it is, yep.
See the Crab come down, boosting the Goat enough to challenge the Hiram, getting it off the board. Prince Philip followed after that.
Pop's got a filter, big filter here, and quite find it. Of course, you know, 2 Sisus on board is pretty menacing. Both 5/4s, both questing for 3. But 2 items in the form of Popsicle and Ice Block. Not too exciting as you face down a lot of aggression here on the side of Mo.
Now, Ice Block can potentially help the Sisu in hand get a little bit of value, but Prince Philip can't be chosen with the Ice Block because of Ward. Mo's also playing around the Sisu, right, by playing these higher strength characters like Crab, Goat, and Prince Philip.
Yeah, it's been really holding back that Genie. So is Hamza just thinking, that makes sense, right? Like, okay, you're going to have quest for 6 or whatever if you leave it on, but you're not the beatdown here. You got to keep Mo in control.
Yeah, the longer that Hamza can keep Mo from getting within, I'd say roughly 5 lore of 20, up to 15, the better for you, especially if you can find something like a Pirate's Life, which is typically run in these Ruby Sapphire decks now. Sort of moving further away from 20, but we do find the Snake here, so we can bounce back to hand and replay the Prince Philip, readying it so that it can't be banished in a challenge. Gonna make it difficult to get rid of since it also has Ward and can't be chosen.
Does find a Brawl, has access to Ice Block. Fortunately, everything is 3 strength right now.
And even the stuff that's in play that you can brawl isn't great brawl targets. You know, there are only 1 lore characters, but at 14 lore, I guess that's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Hamza does look very, very far behind here. I mean, that being said, if he was able to get control of this board, he could pivot quite quickly, having access to the Sisu as well as the Lucky Dime in hand.
We are going to see the Sisu played using the ice block to reduce the snake strength, banishing it when Sisu's played, using the other Sisu to challenge and banish the crab, just getting as much lore off the board as possible, trying to extend the game.
Mo knows the secret. See him rub those cards as they come off the top. That actually strictly makes them better.
Ursula is going to let Mo get a good look at Hum's hand, so he now knows about the brawl and the Lucky Dime. Can play around both of those. We see a Sir Hiss in hand, an evasive character that can quest for 2, I think.
I mean, when do you just have to play out the genie and draw the card?
1 for the Sir Hiss. Questing for 2 with the Phillip here.
Up to 16. Threatening up to 18 on the next turn.
At that point, all we need is a goat. What comes to draw there? Oh, a Goofy. We see an unequal 6-cost Goofy with Rush that has evasive. We're going to use that to challenge and banish the Prince Phillip here, getting it off the board, not having to use our Sisu.
Super impactful, but we are closing in on goat range. That being said, Hubza could pivot pretty quickly as access to Lucky Dime is questing for 4 at the very least every turn. Feels like it's actually not going to... I think it's not enough on the side of Hamza, actually.
Fox isn't that bad here.
Fox is pretty good.
Letting us bounce a card and replay it.
Absolutely, and make him have the board wipe.
Looks like Mo might be considering the Genie play. Yeah, we're going to play the Genie draw card, rubbing every single one of those things that come off the top of the deck.
I watched his previous match. He was doing the same thing. You got to save it for, when you need it.
Working out pretty well for Mo here.
Up to 18, threatening game here.
Hamza needs a board wipe either through Sisu or Be Prepared at this point, I think.
Feels like it's got to be.
Well, actually... Oh, yeah, we can only challenge 2 characters. We have to get rid of both Genie and Sisu. We have the Brawl, find an ice block. That's not going to help us.
I mean, we could have found like a Pirate's Life or something, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're once again seeing some of the weaknesses of this Ruby Sapphire deck.
Hamza playing out the turn, banishing the Sir Hiss with the Goofy, banishing the Ursula, leaving Mo with 1 lore.
Going to go up to 19 on this next turn.
Extending the turn by 1.
Just give me the goat.
Oh, he only finds the Pegasus, no goat here.
I mean, it's pretty good. Because now he's going to still just basically have to find the board wipe. Going to bounce that Hiss, play it again.
We have an evasive character in play that we could have challenged Sir Hiss with. Can't do that anymore now. Hamza, I think, has 1 last turn to find an answer.
Time for Hamza to rub the card.
Yeah, Hamza needs a little bit of the luck. He needs the luck for a couple turns, to be fair. Because even if we banish this board, you're going to have to essentially answer every single thing that comes into play for the next couple turns, unless we can find a couple Pirates' Lives to get this lore count.
You have it. It's another lucky dime.
Another Lucky Dime is not going to do it. Hamza gives out the handshake, and Mo takes round 6, 2-0.
Yeah, looking very strong on on the side of Amethyst, Emerald there, and Ruby Sapphire. I'm really, really interested to see the Ruby Sapphire Day 2 top 16 conversion rate, because people chose to bring that deck. People, the people that showed up to this tournament made it the most popular deck. And I mean, this deck showed up to the European Championships and it got absolutely demolished.
Yeah, it didn't convert very well. I mean, we talked earlier in the stream about, how we would have predicted the meta coming into this. And I said I was so scared of, as a Ruby Sapphire player, of coming in and facing against more aggressive decks. And we see exactly the reason why something, and granted, Amethyst Emerald is an extremely aggressive deck, can be very aggressive, but when you can't find a way to stabilize from being that far behind on lore, there's just not a lot you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Keen to see Day 2 results. But we've got one more round of Swiss before that. And of course, our announcement.
We do have a very special announcement, so I hope you guys are excited to see what we have. Don't go anywhere.
Hey Lumineers, it's Rebecca here, and we are taking a break from all the action, and I am joined here at the couches with our very own Brandon Bolen, who's been in the booth. How is it going, Brandon?
It's going awesome. I'm so excited to be here at the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. The venue's amazing. The people are amazing. It's a fun time. We're having a big party.
Mickey's here.
Mickey's here.
Mickey's
I got
here.
to meet Mickey.
And we have some other exciting things to talk about, Brandon.
Yes, we do.
One of the things that we want to remind everyone about is the new upcoming sets that were announced at the European Championships. So let's go ahead and take a look.
Yes. Welcome to Arcasia's Island, where friendly pets abound. Beyond the cast of cuddly critters lies an ancient secret just waiting to be discovered. We're excited to learn new tricks when Arcasia's Island releases in March 2025.
Okay, Brandon, I think we need to get a little more specific, though, than just March. So let's let the Illumineers know that Arcasia's Island is coming to hobby stores, Disney parks, and stores on March 7th. And then the mass release is going to be on March 21st, and I just cannot wait for this new set.
I can't either. I'm so excited to see Bolt. Bolt
Yes.
is finally coming into the set.
Super fun. Can't wait to learn whatever new tricks that they have for us. And this art is just incredible.
It's phenomenal. Of course, the art was done by Nicholas Cole and John Lauren. You might recognize those two from previous Ursula cards, Enchanted cards that have done really well. I know that that's a fan of a lot of Illumineers.
Yeah, anytime that those two artists get together, I know it's a card that I'm going to love.
Totally. And of course, Arcasia's Island wasn't all that was announced. We also saw a bit into the future as well.
Yes, it's his crown, his realm. Reign of Jafar releases the second quarter of 2025. And my goodness, Jafar looking as villainous as ever in this art.
Yes, I love this art for Jafar. He's sitting on the throne. He looks like an evil villain. He looks like, and actually, I'm a little scared, honestly. He looks like he maybe have succeeded.
He's been up to no good for a long time. I love all the little clues in the story of Lorcana that we've seen over the last couple of sets, and we finally found out that yes, it is Jafar that is behind all this shenanigans.
Yeah, first it was Ursula looking for that crown, and now we're hearing a little bit about Jafar searching for the crown as well. You know, Ursula almost did some bad stuff. I can't wait to see what happens if Jafar finds
That
it.
Hexwell crown, I'm telling you, there's something going on with that crown.
But that's not all that we have to announce this weekend.
It's not, Brandon?
No, we have an announcement of another franchise that's coming in Arcasia's Island.
Yes, that's right, Brandon, because of course when we're talking about Disney pets, Bolt is not the only friendly furry friend who's going to be joining us. We have, for the first time, Glimmers from Lady and the Tramp making their first appearance in Disney Lorcana in Arcasia's Island.
Yes, I'm so excited for Lady. She looks so pretty and elegant. I'm very excited to see all of these pets entering Lorcana. First we have Bolt, now we have Lady here.
I love all the details of this art, Brandon. She looks so elegant. Her headband, the leash, the details that the artist put into this work is just incredible. This lady artwork was done by Jao Mora, and she is just such a beautiful addition to this game.
And I'm very excited to also see Jacques and Trusty there in the background. I'm kind of
Yes.
interested to see what they're up to. There seems to be a very big pet theme here for Arcasia's Island. So if there's one thing that I know about the Disney Lorcana community, it's that they love puppies.
We love puppies. Who doesn't love puppies, especially Disney puppies?
Yeah, so I'm very eager to see what happens there between Lady. Then we have Bolt. So who's to say what comes next?
Yes, well, I'm very excited about Arcasia's Island. What about you, Brandon?
I couldn't be more excited. So with that, we want to thank Ravensburger for allowing us to reveal Lady and Lady and the Tramp. We hope you're excited for the next set, and we're going to get back to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship here at Disneyland.
Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, Brandon. Great announcement from those two. One, I absolutely love dogs. I'm a dog person, so I can't wait for that. Welcome back. Sorry about that. It looks like we were a little muted. That was my fault. I was going to say, great announcement. Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, Brandon. I can't wait for those sets. I absolutely love dogs. I am a dog person, too. I love villain sets. I'm kind of a villain, and I can't wait for this Jafar set. Aladdin, one of my favorite movies. Jafar, maybe not one of my favorite characters, but love the villains nonetheless.
Right, great film, great franchise. And I'm not going to lie, I love that art for Lady. It's so wonderful to see a classic franchise, Lady and the Tramp, enter the game. And that art of Lady is just delightful, showing her in her playful, happy form. I can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I can't wait for?
What's that?
The last round of today. We've got round 7, all the pressure on the players to see if they can make it into that day 2, give themselves a chance at Worlds, Golden Mickeys, and more tomorrow. I don't think I want to do any more before this game. Let's go ahead on down to the feature match area. Let's get this started because we've got 2 full matches coming for you here in round 7.
And as you said, these players are playing not only for entrance into day 2, the top cut, but there's seeding is very important to play for in this particular format because you get the choice in day 2 based on your seeding of the player, the draw each game, and that can be the difference between winning and losing. So there is plenty to play for, even if you're pretty sure you're going to make the top cut at this point.
Love the camaraderie here. Love the sportsmanship. Nice little fist bump between the 2.
Right, so we're going to see a really interesting match here. We have another Steel Amber matchup here. Honestly, I thought this was going to be an aggressive Steel Amber Steel list, but I do see the whole new world there. So this looks perhaps more like a traditional Steel Song variant into a Blurple deck or blue purple, which is sapphire amethyst.
And this is one of the matchups where maybe you do want to be a little bit more on the diggy hole version because we've seen in the past generally some of the matchups that can be hard for this deck that has a whole new world in it can be the ramp decks. Something like blue-red. Anything that gets to a huge ink advantage on you can be problematic in the fact that if you let them draw 7 new cards and they have 2 or 3 more ink than you, they're going to start drawing some of those 7, 8 drops and start playing some really powerful stuff on you really fast because you're refilling their hand that they've been putting into their inkwell.
Yeah, so in this deck, looking at the inevitability aspect of this deck, do you think inevitability is with the Blurple deck? It has some very powerful cards on the top end and some card draw in the mid game, and it can build up so many resources that if the game goes long enough, it can. If it goes long enough, that deck is probably going to take it. So I do think the Steel Song deck here wants to be a little bit more aggressive. One of the things in this matchup to pay attention to is the resource base, and it's going to be reflected differently on either side. The Steel Song decks want to build up a big board of characters that they can sing songs, so when a whole new world is played, you can immediately play numerous songs and gain an advantage that way. On the other side, this ramp deck, anything with Sapphire is looking to build up an ink base, a lot bigger ink base than your opponent. And so in this matchup, if it goes long, Cody's going to be looking up to build up this giant inkwell so that if a whole new world is played, he can dump multiple big characters on the board and keep control.
Looks like a T-Bow's going to go into the inkwell turn 1 for Cody here, meaning he's probably got at least another 2-drop ramp card behind that. I think I do see another T-Bow in his hand. Cinderella into Cinderella here from Scott as well, and this is one of the more terrifying Cinderellas in the fact that this is the deck that has tons and tons of songs in it as well, so really scary turn 1 here from Scott.
Yeah, Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation, is low-key one of the best cards in the game in my opinion, because it does set up, and in a lot of people's opinion actually, it does set up this really powerful turn 2 play with these 3-cost songs, especially with the Storm Rage on, which we may see here.
I think we do.
Yeah.
Looks like Scott did have one to say. I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Oh, no, that's okay. I got distracted by the play.
Yeah, Tipo going to put another card into the inkwell, so nice start here from Cody, doing what his deck does best and ramping out some stuff here. Back over to Scott. Looks like he's going to start off with that. Let the Storm Rage on. He's going to take care of that Tipo.
That's that 1-2 punch that is classic in Amber Steel.
And this is important for multiple reasons, too, in this matchup. You may think, oh, it's a Tipo. It's kind of a low-quality body, but there's Crabs, which we see one in Cody's hand that could have been able to take out this Cinderella next turn. We've seen stuff like that happen. Also, it slows down stuff like Fox. Any of the Madam Mim cards in the future as well from coming in and being able to bounce something for cheap and that might get some quality behind it as well. Nice start here for Scott. Cinderella into Smeeze, exactly what this deck wants. Back on over to the Blurple side. Let's see what he's got. Going into the 4-ink turn, this is where the deck really starts humming, really starts going.
Yeah, and looking over on Scott's side, this is a very aggressive deck. Not only do we have the turn 2 Smeeze with 2 lore, but I see a Piglet in there, and I think I saw, as the hand was shuffling, a Daisy Duck as well. So a lot of high lore characters, there it is, a lot of high lore characters able to gather lore early, and that's what this deck is going to want to do. But there is Genie on turn 4. It's what every Amethyst deck wants to do if they're given the space to do it. This is obviously a very dangerous card for a number of different reasons. But one of the reasons that people are choosing to run Steel into this particular meta with all the Genies running around is it does give you some powerful song cards to answer it with cards like Along Came Zeus.
Also, the card drawn off the Genie for Cody here was the 5-drop Elsa Spirit. So it might be able to take care of something like this Piglet or this Daisy Duck here this turn. You're going to have really, his choice of how he wants to attack this board from Scott here. Scott's going to go ahead and quest up for 2 here with this meat. No damage at the end of the turn because don't forget, Piglet is a captain.
Is a captain. Captaining that raft there.
I was unaware of that, had that pointed out to me when I was playing this deck the first time.
He's an unassuming captain.
Really, really is. Back over to Cody. You see an Elsa, see a Fox. I think I see 2 Elsas actually in this hand.
Yeah, so I talked about the 1-2 punch of turn 1, turn 2 into the Let the Storm Rage on. A play that we've become very familiar with in this meta is the Genie on 4 into Elsa on turn 5. That 1-2 punch there, we're likely to see it here, and there she is.
Absolutely. It looks like Elsa on 5 here. What do you think you would take care of here? Do you think the Cinderella or do you think the Piglet?
I do think the key to victory for this Amber Steel deck here is racing ahead early and putting the game within reach before the Blurple deck can take over the game. So I do think that Piglet is a tempting target. It represents 3 lore on the board.
Yeah, I don't think I would be doing anything to the Daisy Duck here because I actually think the Daisy Duck's kind of on your side here at this point. You're getting a little low on resources in your hand, and you actually kind of, I think, want Scott to be questing with Daisy Duck here because you could draw extra cards off that. That's going to be huge with your ink advantage.
It also removes that captain from the board. It might not be relevant, but now Smee cannot exert with impunity.
Yeah, it can't exert with impunity. It will put 1 damage on him, which means any of the attacks from the character stages of play would be able to pick off the Smee, and it gives Genie kind of a free trade into it as well, quote unquote free. You know, like it would stick around afterwards, so you can get a little value off that. Back over to Scott here with these 3 characters left over. A bunch of cards left over in his hand. I wonder if Scott's thinking along the same lines I am. I'm not sure I want to be questing with this Daisy Duck here, but you might be kind of priced in, both the players with 2 lore here.
Well, some interesting choices here. You do have that Long John Silver there, or that John Silver there, rather, which when he's played makes it so one of your opponent's characters can't challenge this turn. So that's something that he could play to then quest with a Daisy and keep it safe for a turn.
Yeah, just coming back to the booth here for a second, we're going to clean something up with the players down. Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the things I've talked about a little bit. Whenever you're playing the Steel Song deck, you want to get out ahead, you want to get out aggressive, but maybe this is one of the reasons people are playing Blurple into this tournament is, look, if they're going to be playing decks like this, they're giving me extra cards off of a whole new world, I want to be ramping a lot, and maybe they don't want to play blue-red, and that can kind of happen in this. Well, you still get to play the really strong Amethyst cards that we've been talking about, because you said this, the Blurple decks, it's kind of just an Amethyst deck with just a little sprinkling of Sapphire in it, just a little bit.
So when you look at the meta, you do have a few decks that are not Amethyst running around. You have the Ruby Sapphire decks, and you also have these Amber Steel decks. But other than that, you have a lot of Amethyst clones. A very good player I was talking to before this referred to this as the Clone Wars, where you have a lot of decks that look very similar, but they're just slightly different. And that's what these Amethyst decks are. Each one, though, is trying to figure out how to gain an advantage over the other Amethyst decks. And in the case of Blurple, you're splashing in just a little bit of blue, a little bit of Sapphire, in order to ramp yourself and get to your high-end cards faster than your opponent, to get to the Genie first, to get to the Elsa first.
All right, we're going to head right back down into this match. Here we go. Might have had a little bit of a judge call to clean up there, something to bring us back to the booth for just a moment, but it looks like we haven't missed anything. We're still in the fourth ink turn for Scott here.
Yeah, so as you pointed out, we have, Daisy Duck is something you could quest with this turn. Of course, it's vulnerable to a double challenge there, but that John Silver is something that we could use to protect Daisy Duck if that's something you want to do.
Another Elsa left over in Cody's hand here, too, to kind of play around that. I was going to mention that earlier. This is something that could really put a wrench to the plans of Scott.
So questing the Daisy Duck here, I like this. I do want to point out that if you're going to quest with the Daisy Duck in a turn, we often talk about card draw is something you want to do first. In this instance, getting the information about what your opponent is putting into their hand first helps you make some decisions and might change your lines of play. So questing with the Daisy Duck first is usually the right call. And here we are, another Daisy Duck into that John Silver. And we're going to choose the Genie, it looks like, that won't be able to challenge this turn.
Yeah, so it looks like that Genie is going to get locked down. Another card put into the inkwell. 1 card left over for Scott. Back over to Cody. We did see a rabbit come off the top. A snake now as well, so starting to get that engine going. Got the extra card draw now. He's got the bounce. He's got a crab. He's got a spirit. He's got pretty much everything you'd want at this point in the game. Let's see if he can take those resources and turn them into a win. He's a little bit under the gun here. He's a little behind on board. 5 characters for Scott here, and a little bit of a Lord lead, 6-2.
Yeah, definitely needs to start thinking about some board control here. I want to point out another benefit to playing John Silver there. We talked about Piglet is a captain and prevented that damage on Smee, keeping it out of reach of either of those two strength characters. John Silver also a captain, so playing him there made it so not only could the Genie not challenge, but Smee now is still at 3 willpower, having not damaged himself at the end of the turn.
Oh, and it looks like this crab is going to come into play. Give Elsa an extra 3 challenger. It looks like Elsa is going to be challenging into, it looks like the Daisy Duck. Nice pick off there. This is going to be a Manamim Fox. This is going to pick up that Elsa. Going to kind of reset that damage that's been on there. And that's going to take care of the Smee as well. And clean up this board quite a bit on Scott's side. Good for Cody here. Nice solid turn for him here.
4 lore removed there. 4 lore remaining on the board.
Back over to Scott here. I think he just picked up a Robin Hood.
We did have that shift available earlier. I think that other Robin Hood went into the Inkwell. So we can ink this. We can play this turn. We ink the Sven. We play the Robin Hood. Let's see if that's the line we take.
Glad to see the Robin Hood making its way back in. Really powerful card that's been around since the beginning of Lorcana. Used to have a lot of play, especially in these Steel Amber decks, but kind of falling out of favor here lately with set 6.
It did fall out of favor. There were some other options available, and then you don't see the Robin Hood shift run in the aggressive Amber Steel variants, but it is a card that can shift on turn 3 to allow you to sing Whole New World on turn 3 as early as possible, and that's a line that you always like available to you in these Steel Song decks.
Scott taking his time. Does he want to get some value off this Sven? Does he want to get this Robin Hood into play? Does he want to quest with this Daisy Duck again here? That's a good question.
What do you think about? There goes Sven into the Inkwell for the Robin Hood, champion of Sherwood.
Looks like he's just going to pass on back over to Cody. So no lore gained for Scott here this turn. Cody with a full hand. I think it's another crab just got added. He's got that rabbit. Still got that snake. So he's got a lot of the good bounce targets. He's got a bouncer. He's got that Elsa left over that we know from last turn that got picked up by the Madam M Fox.
Yeah, a lot of options here to clean things up.
Yeah, I think he's got double Elsa, Fox, Rabbit as his hand here for Cody. What a great hand. Let's see how he wants to approach this. A lot of interesting things he can do here, too.
Yes, we will have to play the Elsa to exert something. The question is, what are we going to choose? That Daisy Duck is a tempting target with 2 lore. It can take it off without much damage back. However, it does give you a character every turn.
Yeah, I think you kind of want to be careful here, though. You don't want to leave anything that can be picked off by the Robin Hood here on challenging back. So maybe this is going to be to tap down like Cinderella and then just go ahead and pick off Cinderella of one of the evasive, probably the Elsa. So you can quest with Genie as well. So it does look, all right, it is going to be the Robin Hood. So it's going to be, Fox is going to challenge into, put 3 damage. That's going to bump up the Elsa. Elsa's going to go ahead and finish this off. Okay. A lot of resources put into that, but it does get rid of the very, very good character. A card gets drawn by Scott here, though, since Robin Hood got banished in a challenge. So he's going to replace himself, but the problematic character has been dealt with. Genie's going to go ahead, grab 2 lore here as well. Both of these evasive characters still left over. No snake play from Cody. Can get a little more value off it with that rabbit later, possibly. Draw for Scott here. Is that a double Naveen hand of no songs?
A double Naveen.
A bad spot to be in. I've been in that spot before. It doesn't feel great, but at least you do get a 3/3 that quests for 2 here.
That's true. That lore is potentially valuable. That's what he wants to do is get closer to 20 as fast as possible, close out this game.
John Silver's going to go ahead and quest up. These players, that's going to break the tie. Scott's going to pull ahead 7-6 here. But Cody's about to start having some really strong turns here. I think he's going to not run out of gas for almost the rest of the game here with these rabbits. Is that another crab? So is that crab, rabbit now that's left over?
Crab, rabbit. But no Elsa left in hand to exert anything on that side of the board. So those 2 lore characters for the moment will be safe.
Does have the perfect amount of ink right now to be able to do both of those. I love starting the turn off with the rabbit, though. Let's get all the information. Let's draw the card. Looks like a magic broom. If he wants, he could use these crabs to use one of these crabs to possibly pick off this John Silver with the Genie, but that means he's not questing with it. So we'll have to see if that's a trade-off that he wants to make here.
Yeah, when you're in these matchups, especially when you're on the draw as a control deck against an aggressive deck, there's some point in the game where you have to figure out how to take the momentum, how to turn the corner and become the beatdown, as they say, or become the aggressive deck. And so this is kind of the point of the game with Genie on the board, where Cody's trying to figure out when do I start questing myself.
It does look like the Crab's going to come in. It's going to go ahead and pump up the Elsa, and that's going to trade off here with the John Silver. Leave that Genie with the full amount of toughness, and that Magic Broom is going to get put into play as well, possibly representing another card after questing next turn as well. So Cody going to be keeping the gas coming.
Genie doing Genie things, questing for 2 lore.
Definitely like that. Keeping the Genie healthy. It's a 2-quester. Another Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood, added to Scott's hand.
Not a terrible card off the top deck. A card that will replace itself. It's 2 lore. And better than drawing a Cinderella or something. But
I wonder if we're going to be questing with Naveen here. Seems like one of the only ones that might be able to quest for you if you're Scott. So it does let Merlin's Rabbit kind of run into it if you want to draw an extra card, but I think you'd be fine with that.
yeah, Cody's going to keep questing here, keep pushing his lore title and lore higher, and eventually force Scott into the control role if he's not careful. So kind of has to match Cody's lore here. Questing with that Naveen, inviting the crackback, but I do think that's the way to go.
Yeah, Scott taking the lead here in lore. Most like I believe he's at 9 while Cody's at 2. And one of the misses here for Cody, that is not a character to draw a card off the broom here. That's a McDuck's Manor. Very powerful card. 9 willpower on a location that's going to be gaining 2 lore a turn, and your opponent doesn't really want to be challenging that too much and putting their characters at risk, though. Could be very powerful in this spot.
Yeah, it's not a card that will allow you to control much on the board, but man, what a menace that card is out there. It's Scott doesn't have a ton to deal with it, and is going to have to spend a turn devoting multiple characters, sending them into that McDuck Manor with its 9 willpower.
Yep, so it is going to be some questing from Cody here. I was going to say, it does look like they're both going to challenge down Naveen here. No card drawn at the broom, but he does found some value off of it, and does get the McDuck's Manor to play too. I was wondering if there was a chance that the Rabbit was going to do that to get you the extra card, but he doesn't seem necessary for Cody here. He's playing the long game to get a little more out of that, because if he draws any of its bounce cards, any of his bad MM cards, he kind of gets to go nuts with this much ink.
Yeah, and this McDuck Manor here is a ticking clock. Unless you're running Along Came Zeus, which I haven't seen yet in Scott's deck, it's going to be very difficult to take care of that McDuck Manor. And it sets up, what, a 5-turn clock, basically. This is a card that was pretty popular when it first came out. It kind of fell away from the meta a little bit, but we saw a lot of them in Europe, a lot of Ruby Sapphire players bringing it in, especially for the mirror. And so I'm not surprised to see it in this Blurble deck here, especially if you were anticipating a heavy Ruby Sapphire meta.
Does look like Scott is going to quest with Robin Hood here, going to go up to 11. Looks like he's perfectly secure in doing this in a race mode. The Naveen, for no value yet again, played out, but again, it is a 3/3 that can quest for 2. All right, back over to Cody. Gets 2 lore from his location. What did he draw for his turn here? Any of the bounce cards would be huge here. I think start to pull him away in this matchup.
We do have, a couple lines that allow us to remove the Robin Hood here, but again, it will replace itself. And Scott has drawn into 2 lore characters almost every turn here, representing consistent threats on the board.
Yeah, Scott doing a good job of just staying in this game, chipping away, forcing Cody to have to make a couple trades here.
Now, there's some great control-y outs that Cody could draw into in the endgame here. An Elsa Spirit of Winter would be fantastic, or even a Hades, if this deck is running it, would allow him to banish that Robin Hood, or send that Robin Hood to the Inkwell without Scott drawing a card. So hoping to draw one of those high-end options. Right now, though, just trying to figure out how to keep Scott from running away with things to allow his McDuck Manor to do the work.
Right. I wonder if this is a bounce effect. We're leading off with questing with Rabbit here. Looks like this might be a snake. Yep, it is a Madam M snake. It's going to pick up the Rabbit. That's going to draw an extra card here for Cody. That is a big top deck for him here. Scott can't be happy about that top deck.
Oh, what did he get? I missed it.
I didn't get it either. I think he's hiding it a little bit. So one of the cards is a Rabbit. What's the last one? What is a 6 ink up for Cody, so he can play some of his most impactful cards here as well.
Well, it's
looks like he's going to go ahead and just redeploy that Rabbit, draw another card.
Amethyst doing amethyst things.
Unique quest for 2 here. Breaks up that tie and moves Cody to 13. Might be the most methodical game I've seen in a while. Just a little bit of back and forth every turn.
Well, look at this position, though. Cody representing 7 lore on the board. Cody sitting at 13. That's game on the board. That Genie is evasive, so unable to be challenged. Scott has to draw some sort of removal option to get rid of it. So now the only way out of this at this point is that's readily available is removing that McDuck Manor. But that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strength on the board.
A really good point. So he's going to start out by using Daisy Duck. Get 2 lore here and even it up, but that's a Hades off the top that's going to get added to Cody's hand. Very impactful character here. 2 ink. What is this going to be? Looks like it's going to be a Smee. Naveen is going to... Oh, take a little time. Looks like Robin Hood's going to go first. Robin Hood going to sing. Robin Hood's going to sing a whole new world here. So that's going to be 7 new cards for Scott here. Really, really needs to draw Zeus here.
We need to draw a removal option for that Genie. That is the answer. Cycling through. We got a couple cards to sing.
All right, we got 2 Let It Goes, but is that enough? I don't think that's...
Oh, it is. So Let It Go will be able to be sung by Cinderella Bomb Sensation. We'll remove that Genie, so that at least keeps you in the game another turn.
He's going to get another card deeper as well. We still have the Naveen left over, so we still could hit another big sing card here. Draw for turn. That's a Piglet.
Not what you want to see. So now let's take a look at the board state here, though, because we've bought ourselves another turn, and now we're showing Scott is showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on the board, also representing games. So Cody not able to quest as high as possible this turn. He's going to have to answer some of these threats on the board.
That Smee just got played this turn, so yeah, you definitely can't use that Smee, but you can use the Naveen. That's going to put up 2 more lore, get you ahead here. You have a Sven in your hand, too, so if you want to, you could protect one of your characters here. Going to ink this piece. Looks like it might just be 2 Piglets here. Pass back and see if you can win, Cody.
They're all the threats.
All right, Cody's going to go up to 15 here, and he has 3 on board. If there's a goat plus a bounce here, he might be able to steal this game.
I mean, this is, oh, goodness gracious. There's a lot of threats to deal with here. Now,
going up to 15, was that a goat off the top?
That was a goat off the top. Let's do the math here. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
The goat, and if we have
4,
the bounce
5,
there. Oh,
6.
2 goats. 2 goats. 2 goats.
I need to look it up. What's the group of goats called? I need to look this up.
A win.
Oh, there you go. It's a win.
It's a win of goats. Wow.
I love that we have the crowd like right here. We get to hear the cheers right after the top decks. It's one of my favorite things ever at these Lorcana events.
Oh man, I don't know that we had the bounce in hand, so top decking a goat or a bounce was the answer. And there it was. What a great game. That was a knife's edge at the end there.
Yeah, a game that was super close the entire time, right? Everybody's jockeying for position, 1 card at a time. Both the players would draw for their cards to turn and be like, well, it doesn't really make sense for me to move in here, so hopefully you can't do it. And they're like, well, I'll do my one thing, and build up the boards until someone finds that 1 card that breaks through. Really great game here. I can't believe this match is even over yet.
I know, that felt like 2 games.
I know, right? That felt like a long time between those 2 players. What great play between them. And you know what? Let's head on back down to the feature match area and see how they finish up this round, because I want to see how they play out this game too. The quality of play in games today has just been unreal from the tournament here. And, I've been saying this. I feel like Lorcana is really starting to come into its own with the player base of just the quality of play has been so high. People are learning more and more every one of these events, how to build their decks better, right? How to play a little bit better. We're getting to see the EU side of things too, to see their takes on games. Hey, in the future, we're going to start to see other parts of the world as well getting DLCs in other countries, other continents. We're going to see their takes on the game. What do they think about the meta? What kind of cards do they think are better here? And we start to learn things from each other all around. It's just going to help the game grow at such a pace that's going to be awesome, and we get to watch this every day. I love this.
I agree with you. A challenge coming up in Australia, and I'm sure there's more to follow. It's a global game now, more of the globe than just America and Europe, and it's really awesome to see. I want to point out Scott choosing to alter one card.
That's usually very scary if you're the other player.
Keeping 6, sending 1 away, getting
You can
a more
kind of
efficient
see.
hand.
You can kind of see why too there.
Yeah, he definitely had the opening that he wanted. Of course, one of the dangers sometimes in altering your hand, you run the risk of pulling too many uninkables unexpectedly and ruining your opening. So that's one of the reasons you're oftentimes seeing people conservative. But here, especially on the play, you have this brilliant 1-2 punch again that we talked about last game, Cinderella on turn 1, and we do have the Let the Storm Rage on available on turn 2.
Let's see if there's a 1-drop to point that at from Cody. I've seen some spots in games where, depending on what your hand looks like, if you have the 1-drop, sometimes you don't even play it here just because you want to strand that card into your opponent's hand as long as possible.
That's true. Blurple, not a ton of 1-drops either. This deck is happy to wait until turn 2 to play Tipo, so possibly there's no target there for the Let the Storm Rage on. There will be no target there for Let the Storm Rage on.
Really good point. Just to add on that a little bit more, I don't think there's a 1-drop in Cody's hand, but another thing to think about is you can kind of keep that 1-drop for the turns that maybe need to deploy a snake, maybe need to deploy a fox, and that gives you some edge of being able to play the 1-drop, then play that character behind it. You don't have to have it sitting around from a turn because it might not survive against Scott's deck. Guy goes ahead and lures up with that Cinderella, going to get the first lure of the game and the nice little lead from him here. He's got a couple of very good 2-drops here, possibly the best 2-drop in the game. This is Smee into Smee.
A double Smee. Yeah, a very aggressive opening here. Again, that's what this deck wants to do, run underneath the Sapphire Amethyst deck. So great turn 2 play. Looking over at Cody's side, he does have the turn 2 ramp that he wants. There's a Tipo coming out, allowing him to get an extra card into his Inkwell. Picking here which he wants to send.
Back over to Scott here. That Cinderella is finally going to sing the Let the Storm Rage on, take out that Tipo. As we said, kind of important in this matchup. Draws the extra card here, gets that Piglet into play, and gets 2 lore for his trouble here his turn as well. So he's up to 3-0 on the lore here. No 1-drop here to really make it a perfect turn, but I think that's just fine for Scott.
Yeah, crucially removing that Tipo prevents that from challenging into the Smee. Of course, we do have the Piglet Poo Pirate Captain.
Alliteration is fun.
I know, it's a challenge, which prevents that 1 damage there in Smee. But Blurple doing what Blurple wants to do, going ramp on turn 2 into return 3 Genie, and then we have that other punch there, that Elsa available on turn 5 to start cleaning things up.
Yeah, back over to Scott here, staring down that Genie. Doesn't have a very good job of taking care of this deck. He's kind of got to go through loops if it isn't something like Along Came Zeus now. Rapunzel is going to put into the Inkwell here, one of the more powerful cards, but other things to do here. If he can get another character in play here, I think I see a Strength of a Raging Fire here as well. Maybe he'll take care of this Genie this turn. All right, so this is going to be a triple lore up. So that's going to be for 3, 4, 5, 6. Sky, he's already up to 9 lore here. This Finn is going to go ahead and ready that Cinderella. And this is a great player. It's going to ready Cinderella, allow it
oh my goodness.
Strength of a Raging Fire, being the 4th character in play. What a start here from Scott Cody.
Wow.
On the back foot for sure.
That was a very impactful turn. Wow. This is going to be a challenge to come back from. Blurple, one of the trade-offs that you get for being able to ramp into your late-game characters early is you're giving up on other colors. One of those colors is Ruby. Ruby has the sweeping effects you want to be able to come back from board states like this, not available in Amethyst or Sapphire.
Really great point. Yeah, they may not have that reset button that you need. Until you get to something like 7 or 8 ink, you can maybe play an Elsa and kind of catch back up that, or Hades, but you don't have that big effect that takes care of all of the characters at once.
No, you need to get a little bit higher. So we do have the Elsa Spirit of Winter, which I'm not Spirit of Winter. I'm sorry, the 5th Spirit, which can come down here, deal with that Piglet, and perhaps if we're lucky, you can set up a shift the next turn. So there are ways back into this. This is not over, but this is a very challenging board state for Cody to deal with.
Yeah, Cody taking his time here, knows that these decisions are going to be so impactful for the rest of the game. Does look like he does have that Elsa. Going to go ahead and exert the Sven. Probably pick off the Piglet here, I would think. It takes away the most lore from the from play. It's going to put 2 damage on the Elsa. Scott, though, at 9. Cody at 0. Still showing 4, 5 lore in play for Scott here. Plus, oh, that's a huge play here.
Oh, John Silver coming in saying, Elsa, you cannot challenge on your next turn, keeping his character safe from that Elsa crackback. What a challenge.
Whatever John Silver's cooking, I want some. That looks really good, by the way, because he's definitely cooking up a win here for Scott as well this game. Got him. Quite the lore lead here as well. 14 for Scott, 0 for Cody. He's got a lot to get through here on this board.
Yeah, very fast start.
A Fox would go a long way for Cody here. Actually, I think, should the Smee have a damage one here as well?
No, John Silver
That's right, John Silver,
is a
yeah.
captain. He prevents that one damage.
You know what? It's always the sneaky ones.
The
I forget
sneaky
that he's,
captains. Yeah, right?
There's that many captains that are also the cook on the ship, so
That's true. At this point, he is the cook, but perhaps secretly the captain. So we do have another Elsa in hand. It looks like we can rush and challenge into something, but there's a lot to deal with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 floor. We have to clear something.
Yeah, the second Elsa doesn't really. I mean, like it's fine, right? But it only takes away something like me. So if there's something else, you go okay. So this is pretty decent here. This is going to move the 2 damage over to something else that's going to take care of the Cinderella. But now he doesn't have a good challenge here, which he can't anyway because of the John Silver. So at least Cody does something to make inroads on the board. He is going to lure up for his first lure of the game, but he is way behind on that metric in the game. Scott, 1 card left in his hand here. Draw a card for his turn. Let's see if he can. I don't think he can win this turn, but it looks like he's got another John Silver. And yeah, I think that's going to be the nail in the coffin here for Cody.
Go all the way to 19. If it is another John Silver, we'll prevent another challenge. Again, there
also has this Vin as well, so he can protect the character here. Tons of different ways to go this route.
Thinking this through.
Yeah. I love the speed that Scott plays with when he's so sure of himself. Like, you know, I play a lot faster too, and the game feels like it's on, but nothing wrong with taking a moment. Let's make sure we do this correctly. So John Silver's going to get played. Make sure the KHL see the wry smile on Cody's face. Like, hey, it was a long shot anyway, but this makes it even harder from this point. And like you said, this is highlighting that one of those problems with Blurple, that playing from behind can be very difficult with this deck. The hand is extended. It's going to be a tie between these 2 players. Hopefully enough to make sure that they can keep playing in this tournament. But what a great game between these 2. Very much highlighted by the first one of this match being unbelievably good.
Yeah, what great games. I mean, you saw Blurple doing what Blurple wants to do there in that first game, and then you did see this aggressive Amber Steel deck doing what it wants to do, running under Blurple really aggressively. Some really impactful plays that turn where we played the 4th character, and then we sung Strength of a Raging Fire to clear off the board. And then those John Silvers doing work. That's not a card that is in every one of these builds. In fact, I don't think it's in many of these builds, but really taking this game over here.
Yeah, John Silver and Sven, you know, probably topping out most of the top of his curve. And what that does is it prevents the, you know, you can kind of quest with Piglet, right? You can quest with some of these characters that, oh, I'm just going to lose it. Well, now you're not going to. You're going to get to, you know, unexert them or make this not be able to challenge, and it gets you across the finish line. It gets you that 1 extra quest from your characters. That's usually enough. Because how many times have you and I lost a game? We're like, man, if I could have quested with this character one more time. That's it, just 1 more time. And speaking of 1 more time, we've got 1 more match for you here in round 7 and see if we can put a few more of those players in that top 16. And don't go anywhere. When we're done with this match as well, we probably have the top 16 announcement for you as well to see the players that are going to be playing tomorrow for a chance at Worlds. I don't know if I'd be able to sleep tonight.
I don't know if I would either.
Yeah, I might not be able to sleep anyway tonight after all these games. They've been so good. But let's head on back down to the feature match area. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like we're going to take a very, very quick break to set up that second match. Don't go to. We're going to be back very, very quickly with the second match here in round 7. See, I told you it was going to be a really quick break. We're back here for round 7. We're going to bring a full match to you here before we get done with the day. And then hopefully we can bring you that top 16. And Liam, you seem like a little grumpy. Are you okay?
Yeah, I feel like I have a chip on my shoulder, honestly.
You know who doesn't have a chip on her shoulder? The 2 players that we're playing here for day 2. Let's just head on down the feature match area. Let's get this over with.
All right. Really excited for this matchup.
I love you, buddy.
You know, when we started the beginning of the day, when this day started, we saw that these Ruby Sapphire decks were the most represented in the deck in the meta. We knew it was popular. I didn't know that I expected it to be 34% of the field coming into this day, but it was. And so what better way to finish off the day than going to a Ruby Sapphire mirror and watching these two players battle it out with decks they're familiar with for a shot at the World Invitation.
Now, when you're playing in a mirror like this with these 2 decks, what's some of the most important stuff that you can have in your opening hand between these 2?
I mean, one of the sub games in these decks is the Flavisham sub game. In the mirror, oftentimes the deck that wins is the one that can get a Flavisham online to stick and draw a number of cards to propel them into the end game. So having a Brawl in the opening hand is never a bad option or something to remove that Flavisham after it goes off one time. You definitely want to have your ramp available as well. That's something you want in any matchup here. But really, it's that Flavisham subgame in the mid game. And then the other thing I want to point out in the mirror here, though, is that these decks are being built slightly differently in the meta right now. There's all sorts of different tools at your disposal. Some people are using Dime still. Some people have worked them out. Shark is there as an alternative win condition with Pirate's Life and other actions that you're pulling back and deploying again. Some people are running Great Stone Dragon. Some people aren't. There's all sorts of weird different techs you can do. And so it'll be really interesting to see how each one of these players has chosen to differentiate their decks based on the field they expected to see.
Yeah, really, really good point. I think, like you said, you hit it right on the head there. That I think the ramp is really important, and I don't love letting my opponent quest with Haverson. You can't really stop the first time they do it when they play the card and they get the 2 cards off that, but if you can keep them from questing with it, I think you're in a good spot. Lucas is going to be on the play here. Game 1 leads off with a popsicle. Very important between the 2. Sean has an item on 1, but it's not going to draw him an extra card here. First check of the match. Do we have a ramp spell on turn 2? And it looks like a Tipo is going to help out here. What card do you want to add to your hand here? I see a Sisu already. That is an answer to a Haverson as well from your opponent. So that can actually be like another copy of Brawl for you. So 3rd ink into the inkwell for him. John, I see a Tipo. I see 2 Tipos in his hand as well. I see both players possibly having Haverson on 4 here. So buckle up. This game might get fast real quick.
Yeah, good point. We do see the Tipo come down. Here comes another ink. We have Sisus in both hands. So this is a mirror in the true sense of the word. Popsicle, Ice Block, one side, the other side. Flavisham comes down, eats the Popsicle, draw 2 cards. We are off to the races.
Yeah, Maui as well getting put into the inkwell. So that's another thing that could possibly answer a Hiram after they've quested, though. So you would be getting 4 cards of it. But like you said, this card is really important. You got to be answering it in the mirror.
I want to mention one other card because I'm interested to see if either player's running it. We saw last round McDuck Manor worked into a deck, and that deck card was popular in the European Championship in these builds, specifically to deal with the mirrors because this deck has a hard time dealing with it, especially since Maui, Hero to All, has fallen out of favor in some of these decks. So it'll be interesting to see if either one of those is running this running McDuck Manors, because that's a card that could give them an edge. And there it is. We talked about that Flavisham subgame going off once here upon entering play, but then Sisu taking care of it in quick order, making sure it doesn't stay around for subsequent quests.
Yeah, I like doing that over playing your own copy of the card. You want to make sure, like we said, you don't get to quest with the card here. So Grandma going to come in. What card do we take here? Looks like it's between Brawl and another copy of Maui. By the way, beautiful copies of Maui from Lucas here.
Oh, delightful, shiny, enchanted versions of Maui Hero to All. Hope we get to see one in play eventually. They're fantastic pieces of art.
Does look like the Brawl has been added to Lucas' saying maybe thinking about possibly slowing down the Sisu train here. Oh, it is also just a inkable, so it does look like Ice Block is going to go ahead, shrink the Tipo on the opposing side, letting him get kind of a free chip damage in for Sean here. Back over to Sean. Let's see if he wants to start cashing in some of these Ice Blocks for cards. He can make sort of the same play that Lucas made here. Get a damage kind of put back on the Ice Block Sisu Tipo going back and forth. Looks like he's going to play a Grandma of his own here.
I have the Tipo Wars subgame.
The Tipo Wars, okay. You've heard of the GD Wars. Are you ready for the Tipo Wars? Dragon getting put into the Inkwell as well here. Another Popsicle added for Sean here. It's going to draw another card here. But that is one of the big plays for Sean getting put into the Inkwell here. That is something that could come up in these games. If they go super long and you have to if you have to ink some of your really big impactful cards early, that means you won't have access to them late. So double attack into the Tipo here after ice blocking it. It's going to go ahead and remove it, and no damage onto the characters over on Sean's side. Back over to Lucas. You know what? I really appreciate the speed at which these players are playing in this mirror. They want to make sure they get this round over with.
Hey, they know what they're doing. They know their deck. They know their opponent's deck pretty well, obviously. I do love the ice block game going on here. One of the affectionate names for this deck is Sisu on Ice. It's built that strength manipulation with the ice blocks plays well into Sisu and other cards in this deck. So I love seeing that going on here. This deck showing what it does.
Probably my favorite deck name in all of Disney's Lorcana here. Haversam comes down, eats up one of those popsicles, draws 2 cards. And Matalia going to go ahead and attack the other one with 2 ice block activations. It means only 1 damage going to go across over on the Grandma on Sean's side of the board. You got another Grandma here for Lucas' side. I'm trying to keep up here. I'm going to go at breakneck speed. Madam getting sent to the bottom. One of those big plays getting added here. That's the Tamatoa getting put into the Inkwell. That's going to allow a Brawl to take care of that Haversam, though, from Lucas here. So
yeah,
checks on both sides on the Haversam so far in this game.
Very, very important. Again, whichever side manages to get the Flavisham going in the mid game 2, 3, 4 times is the one that usually wins. So having those answers for that Flavisham is very important. We've gone through the mid game Flavisham phase war here, and now we're moving on to the late game.
Yeah, this is one of the problems that we can kind of run into here. You see Sean putting his 7th ink into play with 3 cards in his hand and just passes right back over to Lucas. Lucas with a dime in his hand. One of the more impactful cards that could possibly come up here. It looks like he's going to go ahead and set up this dime. I like getting this into play as soon as you possibly can, so you can start using it every single turn from here on out. Let's see if Sean has possibly one of those tech cards, like maybe like a hideaway or something in his deck that can take care of this dime.
Yeah, it's very good. Talking to a very good Ruby Sapphire player, Hal Brady, fantastic player, doing a tech of this deck early on, and he told me, with the Lucky Dime, you reminded me, there's always a turn you kind of have to take off to slam the dime. If you have it in your hand in the early game, it sets it up. But space to do that here, getting it on board, and you're right, you can use it every single turn. But on the opposite side, Sean has an answer.
Yeah, that Sisu along with those ice blocks where you get the Sisu on ice. Clearing up the board from Lucas here. Lucas with another Grandma here. Gonna look at these top 2 cards. 2 really powerful ones. That's a Tamatoa and a Sisu. More Enchantress here. That Tamatoa, though, you gotta believe you're gonna be going after that with Lucky Dime. And your deck already picks up a Half Shark here as well. Sail the Azure at Sea. Sail the Azure at Sea. Gonna draw another card here. That's gonna be a Visions from Beyond. Another card that could be very powerful in these super late games. Gonna go ahead and bring down that power on the Grandma here. Nope. Just played that one. Can't attack here this turn. Back over to Sean. I think if the player's playing at this speed, that won't be the last little misstep that we possibly see between these two. But I can appreciate the speed at which they're playing. And again, they need to do this to make sure this match ends on time. Grandma's going to sing here. Grandma's probably got a pretty good voice, huh?
That's true. Very appropriate singing How Far I'll Go.
Yeah. One of my favorite Disney songs. All right, Visions from Sean here. Going to take a look at 5 cards. A lot of different ones you can pick up here. Haversam's not a bad one. It's going to get you into a lot of cards later in the game. Any of the big plays are great. You guys are getting a little worried when there's a Lucky Dime sitting on your opponent's side of the board. That's a card that can start ending the game really, really quickly. Especially if they find something like Tamatoa, which we know Lucas has in his hand.
I don't think you'd be upset to get a Tamatoa. I don't think you'd be upset to get a Half Shark here. There's a lot of good options, and 5 cards is digging pretty deep.
Don't know if he has 10 ink just yet. Didn't get a look at any of the 5 cards or the card that went into Sean's hand here, so mystery for us here, but maybe we'll get something else from him. He does have the Sisu active in play. That gets 3 lore for him here this turn. That's going to put Sean up to 5. These players starting to quest up a little bit. Big Sisu drawn for Lucas here this turn as well. I don't think that's 10 ink, but we're getting close. Looks like 8 for me. Visions for Lucas here as well. This one we can see a dragon. I think double Sail the Azure Sea, a Madam. What was that last one? Oh, Let It Go. Okay, so lots of different answers for Lucas here. Looks like he's going to take the Madam here, if I saw that right. Something that he can deploy this turn. Looks like that is. It's going to be the Madam. So not only does that take care of Grandma, but it is going to put the Sisu in check as well. That's 4 strength. That's going to be able to take out that 4 willpower Sisu as well. So nice little answer for Sean here.
Yeah. back and forth, back and forth. You know, with the dime on board. Oh goodness, a dime on the other
Speaking of
side.
dimes,
Oh
this is going to
goodness
be a
gracious.
6 lore turn for Sean here if he wants it. He doesn't have to quest to a CC though. Might not want to trade that.
And leave
the
that up
Madam.
there as a dime lore battery, as it were.
Yeah, good point. You can cash in that dime every turn of the CC for 3. This is going to speed the game up quite a bit for Luke here. This is a Tamatoa. He's going to go ahead and get a popsicle back. Already got 2 other items in play. The second card into the ink. That's going to go ahead and put a popsicle. That is a Be Prepared and a Sisu left over. Lucas saying he's going to quest up with both of his characters here. Going to take the lead 6-5. But the real threat is the Tamatoa plus Lucky Dime.
Tamato can get it and rather quickly.
Back over to Sean. Does he have a Be Prepared? Does he have a Dragon? Does he have an answer to this Tamatoa? These are questions that need to be answered very quickly for Sean.
Oh, there's the
Yeah,
Be
there we go.
Prepared.
There's the Be Prepared.
There's
It's going
it.
to clean up the board.
The big reset button. Oh, Tamato of his own, going to pull back an item.
Yeah, when you see Be Prepared getting sung by something that could have gotten 3 lore this turn, you have to know there's a big play coming behind that. So that's a Tamatoa Sean's own, and he's got the dime in play. Lucas was the first one to get a dime and a Tamatoa in play, but it looks like Sean might be the first one to actually start reaping the benefits of it.
Yeah, what a play. I mean, singing Be Prepared, always impactful. Can follow it up with a card like Tamatoa. Here we go, activating the dime. There's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 lore immediately off that Tamatoa having just come in play.
Great turn for Sean here. There is a Be Prepared back on Lucas's side here if he wants it.
And now you have to answer this Tamatoa. There it is. Be Prepared, clear the board. It's just a crab, but it has to go.
Yeah, it's a pass back over to Sean. That Sisu, that how far will go left over.
Oh,
Sean's saying, all
goodness.
right, Sisu played for Sean here. Lucky Dime activated. He's up to 15. Depending on what Lucas does here, Sean might be able to answer this. I mean, might be able to win this game next turn.
Oh, not what you need there. Although ice block, no,
No,
we're not enough.
All right, so you got to, yeah, I was supposed to say, Sean's going to be able to win this game next turn with the Lucky Dime and the Sisu activation. So Sean is
man.
going to win game 1 between these 2 players. Wow, that was fast for these 2 guys.
Yeah. Wow. This is a game.
Yeah. Again, I got to appreciate the speed at which these guys are playing. These are 2 players that know their deck very well, know the matchup very well, and they were playing at breakneck speed. Absolutely love it from those 2 guys. Great game between these 2, and we've got another one to follow that up.
I know. I mean, once again, I do want to point out the Flavisham sub game in the mid game. Those players fought that out. You know, neither one of them stuck around for long. That's one of the keys to victory. And gosh, that Lucky Dime came down first on the left, but it's the one on the right that really closed out the game.
Yeah, I think that's a really big, impactful thing you're talking about. The Lucky Dimes, they're so huge for both of the players. And the first one to really get an activation for a big amount is at such a huge advantage. Looks like we're going to go head back down to the feature match area, get into that second game between these 2, see if the match gets evened up or somebody comes home with a 2-0 victory.
All right, so Sean taking game 1. Lucas looking to split this, scoop up 3 points.
Oh, nice little opening 3 there for Lucas. See your Haversam. Looks like he's going to put the hideaway back, though. Thought about keeping it, possibly.
Yeah, really looking for a turn 1 play. Really looking for that ramp card. We did have the Flavisham, but I didn't see any turn 2 ramp, which is going to set you behind.
Really, really good point here. And depending on the player draw, I forgot which one he's going to be on. You might get a couple of cards more to look at it, too. So getting 5 more cards off the top plus 2 draws, I mean, you're at a pretty good chance to hit one. But if you miss in the matchup and your opponent has it, you are at a severe disadvantage.
It feels really bad. There are some catch-ups later on with how far I'll go and some others, but it really does put you on the back foot.
Yeah, so much pressure on the opening hands here from both these players in this matchup.
See, a really top-heavy hand here on Lucas. 2 Maleficent Dragons. We do have the 6-cost Madame Medusa. I don't see the turn 2. We do have Visions of the Future. We can dig a little bit, but there's no turn 2 ramp card. Oh, 3 Visions of the Future. Oh, my goodness. This is, we can play it. We can dig a little bit, but this is not a great opening for Lucas. On the right-hand side, we do have the Popsicle turn 1. I see the Flavisham there on turn 4. I do see the Tipo being drawn here. This is the ideal opening on the right side. So, gosh, this is a tough spot.
I actually think both players didn't have the turn 2 ramp, and Sean top decked the Tipo on his turn.
Man.
So now the pressure's on Lucas. Do you have it in you to top deck a Tipo or an Azurite Sea or something along those lines? Nope, that is another miss here.
It's the Popsicle. So most likely we're going to ink a Visions. We're going to play a Visions. We're going to dig for that ramp or something that we can use. Not a lot of help here. Ice blocks, how far I'll go.
and some Mauis. It looks like an ice block is one of the choices here for Lucas. Really.
Yeah, we do need Flavisham food. I'm not sure if we have any others, so we do have the popsicle, so that's available. Man, we're going to see a textbook example head of open here on the right, and Lucas just unlucky here, not what he needs. There's the turn 3 Flavisham, eating that popsicle, drawing 2 cards. Does Lucas have an answer for that? I don't think he does.
If he does it, I don't know if Lucas is going to be able to win this game. So he's going to dig here, popsicle, add it to hand. Doesn't have the Sisu, doesn't have the brawl here. This is the nightmare scenario. So visions here again. If you're Sean, you've got to be feeling great being in the spot. No ramp, no answer to Mahiram. If you have another item here, you can start digging super far down into your deck to make sure that your draw is going to be so perfect. It looks like that's,
there it is. There's the popsicle, drawing a card. Flavisham going to eat that here in short order, gobbling up that delicious popsicle, drawing 2 more cards.
If Sean has another ramp behind this or something like how far I'll go, he might just pull so far ahead in this game. That's 4 ink. That's how far I'll go. I don't want to call it too early, but Sean is in a commanding position.
1 card in the inkwell, 1 card in hand. That sets. Look at that resource disparity there. Back over to Lucas, hoping to top deck. Well, we'll play a Flavisham this turn, allow you to get a few more cards. We don't. Yeah, there's the Flavisham. Nope. Instead, we're going to brawl. Get rid of that Flavisham. Shut that down.
So there was a brawl there. It does answer the Flavisham, but 4 cards gotten off that Flavisham. Still a lot of resources. We're talking about the ink advantage here, too. There's 4 on one side, 6 on the other. We still might have another ink turn. Flaversham's going to go ahead and pick off this ice block, get all the information, all the cards before we ink here. Possibly even cast and play maybe like Azurite Sea. Lots of things that Sean can still do.
It's so disheartening taking care of that Flavisham and having another one come down right behind it.
Another popsicle edit here. Tipo into the inkwell. John's getting a little bit of his questing on here, too. He's up to 4. And look, nickeling, diming your way up. Yeah, I did that on purpose. Getting a little bit of extra just so you can maybe get that 1 or 2 big turns of dime to finish the game quickly. If you can get up to, say, 6, 7, 8, you can finish the game pretty quickly from there. Some of your better draws. Another Haversam from Lucas as well, but Sean has such an advantage on ink here and tempo.
Now, I will say, any deck with board wipes in it, there are big reset buttons, so unless this is closed out very quickly, there are ways to kind of keep this game going, stretch it out, and so there are ways back in for Lucas.
So 2 more lore here for Sean's going to put him up to 6. The Haversam's going to draw 2 more cards off that popsicle. Sean counting up his ink. That's not good if you're Lucas. You never want to see that. Plus, is this going to be a Sisu maybe to take care of the Haversam and put the most pressure? Yes, it is. Sean just keeps pulling further and further ahead every one of these turns. Does Lucas have what it takes to get out of this? Doesn't even have enough to be prepared here at the start. He
does not. He does not have enough. Madame Medusa there taking care of the Flavisham, but pointing out the importance of the turn 2 ramp. Had you hit that ramp, you'd have enough for the be prepared there. We didn't, so we don't. Giving another turn of Sean, questing with his characters. Maleficent Dragon coming down, removing Madame Medusa, really threatening board over there.
Back to Lucas. Is this his 7 ink turn? I think he has
it
a
is,
be
and
prepared.
he does have to be prepared. So we are going to see it reset. Again, there are ways back in, but unfortunately, when you're not singing it, when you're playing it, you give your opponent the chance to respond first. So back over to Sean with a big answer.
As Tamatoa is going to get back one of those popsicles that's already been eaten a bunch this game. The popsicle is going to get played. I don't know how many cards Sean has left in his hand. There's still more than 1 or 2, I think. I think he's still got a couple. It looks like Maui's going to go ahead and get into the ink. Yeah, I think he's still got 4 or 5 cards left over here. Back over to Lucas. Does he have another answer? Looks like Popsicle is going to go ahead. Draw a card here. Lucas is so fast at drawing his card for a turn. I'm not even seeing it half the time. Haversam's going to go ahead and draw 2 cards here.
Yeah, luckily not a lot of items on the board at the moment, but plenty to pull back. The problem for this deck is that the biggest answer to a Tamatoa is either a lot of ice blocks or be prepared.
Yeah.
That's the biggest way to clear out these big characters, and so you only have so many.
I'm not sure if I saw it, but I do think the last card in Lucas' hand might be a dragon, so he might be able to answer it next turn when he finally gets up to enough ink. So there's at least that for Lucas here. We do have a 10-0 lead on the lore here. It's about to get a lot higher. There's 2 for Sean here, going up to 12, gets back the Popsicle, plays the Popsicle, draws another card. It's going to keep getting, exponentially bigger every turn. See what he's going to do behind this.
D4 ink. If it's a Flavisham, this engine's really going to get going.
Plus, I was trying to count his ink here to see if he has possibly like lucky dime enough to do Lucky Dime activate. I think that he does, but I don't know if Sean has the Lucky Dime here. Like we've been talking about all day, I think they've cut down sometimes on playing, you know, how many copies they have of that card, depending on how many they have of Pirate's Life in their deck. But we haven't seen that out of either one of these players yet.
No, that is true. We have seen Shark around. We haven't seen the Pirate's Life, but you're right. A lot of players cutting down on Lucky Dime, some going as low as 1. I've even seen a Dimeless deck in a recent tournament placed in the top 2. So that is true.
Big Sisu played here that's going to take care of the Hiram Flabbersome for Lucas. Going to slowly count up his ink here. Got a couple different answers in his hand here. 2 big two big Sisus of his own, but the Dragon's going to come down, eat up that Tamatoa. Crabs taste pretty good. I think dragons like crabs.
I think so.
I know, I'm a big fan.
Dragons also like gold, and Tamatoa is so shiny.
That's a really good point, yeah.
So unfortunately on Sean's side, unfortunately for Lucas, another high lore quester there.
Another big play coming in for Sean here. Well, maybe a little bit of a balk here. Yep.
Another Tamatoa.
And I think there's another item left over. Yeah, it's another popsicle.
So many items. Popsicle comes in, draws another card.
The cards just keep coming for Sean. The hits just keep on coming for Sean. And the lore just keeps on getting higher. That's going to be all the way up to 15 here.
15, that represents game on board. We have more than we need on Sean's side of the board.
I don't know if Lucas can answer. I was saying, okay, so you can trade into the Sisu, but Tamatoa does quest for 4 here, so any other item gets the game over with here immediately.
Mm-hmm. We have nothing available to draw, so really we're just gonna have to play a big threat and just hope that Sean doesn't draw the item he needs or the Lucky Dime to close down this game.
Yeah, any item I think gets it done here. Lots of ways to either have it. Oh, that'll get it done too.
Pirates. We talked about we haven't seen it yet. There's a Pirate's Life. I don't need the item. I'm going to play this other card, which has become very popular in this deck, to get 2 lore, reduce my opponents by 2, and put me over the edge. Gosh, what a great series. Unfortunately, for one of the players there, just not getting what you need in this deck. This deck is full of top end, and it needs to ramp into these top end answers. If you don't have what you need, it's difficult. And missing that turn 2 ramp can be game breaking.
Yeah, I think we really showed the importance there of the strength of your opening hand in mirrors like this, where only certain things matter, right? You talk about like there's the Hiram mid game, sub game, however you want to put it, and then there's the big plays, right? There's all the 7, 8, 9s that are really impactful, right? You know, there's Dime, there's Tamatoa and things like that. And when one of the players has ramp and the other one doesn't, you saw how much easier it was for Lucas in that game to do what he's trying to do every turn, while the other player had to answer it every turn from there. And if you can't for one turn, you pull super far ahead. You kind of get into a situation where it's your game to lose from there. And that shows you in the stress that it puts on that matchup of how important it is for those opening those hands to be so good, and how impactful it is for you to, reshape your opening hand, make sure you get rid of the cards you don't need, and hopefully draw the ones you do. And I do want to point out that both players did that. Neither was fully successful, but one of them drew Tipo on turn 2 while the other one didn't, and the game just absolutely snowballed from there.
Sometimes the cards are with you. Sometimes the cards are with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we get into the wrapping up today's show, let's take a look at the prizes the players going to be playing for on the next day, because we do have a lot of players that have qualified for day 2, and here are some of those prizes.
And these are beautiful prizes. These are cards that are being premiered here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge Continental Championships, both in Europe and America, and North America. Here, we're showing you the top 16 and the top 8 prizes, this fantastic alternate art Kuzco enchanted card, and this Baymax for the top 8. Now, these are available non-foil in the prize wall. These are available in non-foil here from a number of different ways you can earn them. But in foil, the only way to get them right now is to get in the top 16 of these major tournaments. And you'll also get, I might add, in the top 16, this fantastic foil-augmented Baymax playmat, which is just beautiful.
I'm just going to go ahead and throw this out there for anybody that's listening that may have get a hold of one of these. I don't have a Lorcana playmat right now, and I'm looking to have one. So if you want to, gift one over to your favorite caster or me, because I'm definitely not your favorite caster, but if you want to, bestow one onto me, well, I'll take that hit. I'll be okay with it. And I could do worse.
Of course. I'll also point out here, let's talk about tomorrow, because we are cutting to the top 16 for tomorrow, and that means that this very first match is huge. Because not only are you playing tomorrow in the very first round for that incredible Baymax, but more importantly for these competitors, they're playing for what you see on the bottom of the screen, there, the bottom right, a chance to play in the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship.
I'm going to say this. Gold Mickeys aside, those are great. Don't get me wrong. Trophy's amazing. That right there is what everybody's really shooting for. That's the first prize everybody wants. They want to make the top 8 so they can play in the Disney Lorcana World Championship, because that is going to be an even smaller tournament than this, with a huge prize pool, a whole bunch of stuff on the line, and then the ultimate prize of being the first ever Lorcana World Champion, something that no one can ever take away from you, and that you'll be able to have bragging rights for the rest of your life.
Absolutely. And there'll only ever be one first.
A couple other prizes for those players that make it into that top 8. Oh, like I said, look, all the bragging rights, that's not too bad either. Getting yourself a golden Mickey. We've seen the players now happy they are. You've seen those ceremonies at the end of the tournaments where they get presented their golden Mickeys with just beaming smiles from them. I think winning one at Disneyland is definitely a flex that you can have. You know, hey, I won mine at Disney.
Absolutely.
I mean, Mickey's here. You can take a picture of Mickey and the gold Mickey. We've had him walking around in the building along with some of the other characters as well. Really cool stuff there. Not to mention you get a serialized one, so you know forever that's the one that you won.
That's the one that you won, and that's the one that you won here. And some great numbers to be awarded. We see number 1 on the screen here. Maybe number 1 will be awarded tomorrow.
Absolutely. And don't forget, the finalist is going to get a full set of Azurite Seed foil, including those enchanted cards. But if you're the champion, you're going home with 4 of every single one of those cards in the set, and every one of the most beautiful versions of those cards as well. I am so jealous of those binders at the end of the tournaments. Another thing that the players are always super, super happy about, because I love the bling. I love the beautiful cards in my decks, and this is the easiest way for you to get the full set.
And Azurite Sea has some amazing enchanted art in those binders, and it's just fantastic. 4 of every single enchanted card. I mean, that's amazing.
All right, enough talking it up. Enough talking about what they're playing for. Let's take a look at some of these brackets. It seems like we've got the 2 brackets set up for tomorrow. The 16 players that have made it into day 2 and have a chance to play for the World Championships. Let's take a look.
In our Cinderella bracket, you're seeing the first 8 competitors. Over the top there, you have Mo Shamblin. We've seen him play today multiple times on his Amethyst Emerald deck. Do you see anything surprising in this bracket here, Tannen?
What are you trying to point out there, buddy? There's a lot of blue-red, I'll tell you that. I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, blue-red very well represented in the field today, converting very well, it seems here. 3 decks in this bracket.
I found the most surprising thing for me in this bracket.
What's that?
Zan Syed made it into another elimination part of a tournament. That's the most surprising thing. Oh, wait, maybe I'm a little sarcastic. Zan Syed, one of the players we definitely expected to see here in day 2. A DLC champion, one of the better players in the world, and just a pioneer of all of the decks that he plays.
That's true. We also have another DLC champion in Edmund Chu from DLC Dallas down there with his Ruby Sapphire deck. Ruby Amethyst deck.
Yeah, lots of great players here. As you see, a lot of blue-red as well down there. The bottom are going to be, kicking it off with, if this is the matchups, then that's going to be a mirror match down there at the bottom between those 2 players. A lot of great names here. Every one of these players hopefully gets a good night's rest, because their very first match of the day tomorrow is one of the biggest ones, if not the biggest match they will ever have played in Disney's Lorcana.
And before we move on to Rapunzel bracket, the last thing I'll say is take a look at the spread of decks here. You have Amethyst Emerald, you have Emerald Steel, you have 2 Blurple decks, you do have a couple Ruby Sapphire decks, and then you have Ed Chu on Ruby Amethyst. So quite a spread here. Players showing that you can take a variety of decks into the top cut here and qualify for the top cut.
All right, let's take a look at the other 8 players that are going to be making up our bracket here on this side. And hey, there's a name that we know and love. No surprise, Zach Bevins here. I think he was pacing the field early in this tournament as well. In with this purple steel deck, he's going to be playing that top spot here, along with a couple of other. Hey, look, we've got a nice diversity on this side as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting. On the other side, I talked about the spread of decks, but one thing missing was Amber. We had no Amber steel decks, although we saw plenty of them on the stream today. Over on this side, they've clustered up on the Rapunzel side. I think all of the Amber decks wanted to be near Rapunzel. So they're all over here. Good chance that one of them, based on the math, makes it into the semifinals and then the finals on that side. So a variety of decks here. We do see some Amethyst Steel decks again here, which were somewhat represented, but kind of a low representation in the meta, but converting very well into day 2. So a really fantastic spread. One thing I'll point out, a lot of people thought that Ruby Amethyst would be the deck to play here. Only one of them in the top 16.
I feel a little vindicated. We talked about this a little before the tournament. Nothing wrong with that deck. I think it's a great deck. I think it's a much stronger best of 3 deck than a best of 2 deck for you here. We saw some great players playing it, but I'm not super surprised by that one. Might be one of the ones that may have underperformed just a tiny bit here this weekend. Plus, a lot of people were kind of gunning for it here too.
That is true. A lot of people expected it, expecting to play against it, and maybe teching against it. So, but it did not convert super well here.
So those are your 16 players here. They're going to be playing back here tomorrow, bright and early. It's going to be 10 a.m. Pacific time yet again tomorrow. So make sure you set your calendars, set your alarms. I know I've already got mine in place. I don't want to miss this for multiple reasons. I want to watch it, and it's kind of my job to be here tomorrow to talk about this. I want to make sure I don't miss that. But all those players are going to be so intense through the day, but especially that first round.
Absolutely. We will see you all back here tomorrow for a great, big, beautiful tomorrow.